Good morning. Welcome to the May 1st, 2023 meeting of the Economic Forum. For the record, my name is Linda Rosenthal. We'll start with the first agenda item, which is roll call.
Mr. Crum.
Present.
Mr. Levitt.
Here.
Mr. Zahn.
Present.
Vice Chair Lewis.
Present.
Chair Rosenthal.
Present. Thank you. Okay, so for opening remarks, as I said, my name is Linda Rosenthal. I'm chair of the Economic Forum. I would like to welcome the members, presenters, staff, and any members of the public to our May 1st, 2023 meeting of the Economic Forum. I would like to thank the Legislative Council Bureau staff for their assistance in setting up the meeting and their work today to allow this meeting's agenda to be completed. I would also like to thank the staff of Assembly Committee on Ways and Means, as well as the committee chair, Assemblywoman Danielle Monroe Moreno, for accommodating our meeting this morning. During the legislative session, there was always a high demand for meeting rooms in the legislative building, and Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno was willing to allow us to use her committee's room so that the forum could conduct its business today. During today's meeting, we will have forecasts presented on the state's major general fund revenue sources, and we will be approving forecasts of these revenue sources for fiscal year 2023, 2024, and 2025 that will be used by the legislature to finalize the state's budget for the 2023-2025 biennium. Additionally, we will review the Technical Advisory Committee's forecast approved at their meeting on April 21st and approve a forecast for the minor revenue sources and tax credit programs. Finally, we will approve the Economic Forum's final forecast that will be provided to the governor and members of the legislature. As part of today's agenda, we will have a presentation from Emily Mandel from Moody's Analytics on their economic outlook and forecasts for the sales and gaming taxes, as well as an updated employment outlook presented by David Schmidt from the Department of Employment, Training, and Rehabilitation. After that, we will proceed through the agenda items related to the forecast. Once the forecasts for all the revenue sources and tax credits have been approved, we will recess to allow time for the staff to consolidate our decisions into the forecast tables. Given the length of the meeting, it is my intent to have a short break for lunch, but depending upon the timing, the lunch break may occur during the recess while staff is preparing the final tables that will be approved by this body at the conclusion of the meeting. With that, I would like to ask whether any of the other members have any open remarks they would like to make. If not, then I would like to proceed with any public comment under agenda item number 3. I will also ask Mr. Nakamoto, as staff to the forum, to assist me as needed in conducting today's agenda. Let's begin here in Carson City. Is there anybody here in the Carson City location that would like to provide public comment? Not seeing anyone. We'll turn to Las Vegas. Is there anyone in the Las Vegas location that would like to provide public comment? Looks pretty empty down there. And then finally, I will ask the BPS staff if anyone has called in to provide public comment and assist in facilitating their public comment.
Chairwoman, the line is open and working, but there are no callers choosing to provide public comment at this time.
Thank you very much. Now we'll move on to agenda item number 4, which is approval of the minutes for the October 13th, 2022 meeting. Just take a motion.
Make a motion.
Madam Chairman, can I do 4, 5, and 6 at the same time? Make a motion to approve all 3 of those of the minutes.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Agenda items 4, 5, and 6 related to approval of prior meeting minutes have been approved. Moving on to agenda item number 7, the presentation of the National, Regional, and State Economic Outlook from Emily Mandel, Moody's Analytics. Good morning.
Start
try that again. For the record, Emily Mandel from Moody's Analytics. Thank you for inviting me here to present for you again. There have been, for the outlook today, I want to focus more on how things have changed since we last spoke back in December. By and large, the economy has largely stuck to the script that we've laid out. So the changes are fairly minor, but there have been some things that have changed in the economy. There have been some surprises there, primarily related to the banking crisis that we've seen beginning in March. And we've had some adjustments to our macroeconomic outlook to account for that. But otherwise, we are generally seeing inflation start to come in as we'd anticipated. We still have a way to go. It's still too high, but we're moving in the direction as expected. In addition, the labor market, it remains strong, but it's cooling, which is what we've been looking for, which is what the Federal Reserve has been looking for, to start to bring that inflation in further. That said, we've started to see some cracks from higher interest rates and their impact on the economy. This is largely manifested in the financial system, as I mentioned earlier, as well as in housing. But it seems like we've been moving through those without more systemic impacts on the economy, without breaking this expansion that we've had going for the past couple of years. So we're in a risky spot right now still, and I think it would be remiss not to mention that. So I'm going to kick off with a few of the negatives here, a few of the things that have been a few of the difficulties that we have in proceeding on this outlook of continued economic growth, but much slower than we've seen, avoiding a recession, but having the economy more or less flatten in terms of growth over the next several years. This chart here is just a high-level indicator of some of the key indicators that we're looking at, things that in the past have been good signs, or at least predictive signs of when the economy is going to slow further, when we've gone into recession in the past. It's a combination of housing, financial, manufacturing, labor market indicators. And you can see over on the right side of that this has fallen significantly. In the past, this has been a sign of recessions to come. But recessions are ultimately a loss of confidence in the economy. They're a situation where consumers rein in their spending, banks rein in their lending, businesses rein in their investment. And we haven't really seen that. And there's reasons that this is the economy is in a unique position now. There's reasons that we can more or less avoid a major dip here. Definitely a dip, but not one that you'd necessarily call a recession here. That said, one of the main negatives that we have in the economy right now, one of the main things that's bringing down growth is more restrictive lending standards. You can see on the right side here, this is the Senior Loans Officer's Opinion Survey. It shows several categories of lending to small firms, to large firms, credit cards, commercial real estate. And all of those, you can see that lending standards have become more restrictive. And we expect this will increase further in the near term, especially as we start to see the impacts of the March's banking crisis come into play. We've seen that lenders are becoming a lot more cautious. They're tightening lending standards. They're becoming more restrictive in terms of who they will give funding to. And we think this will manifest some in weaker investment in the economy. This is one of the changes that we've seen since the previous time, this is bringing down our expectations of GDP growth in 2023 by about 0.5% relative to what we had before, as we see some weaker investment, as we see some weaker spending as a result of these more restrictive standards. The other impact here of these higher interest rates that we're seeing is on, we're starting to see some defaults on debt. This is coming in part from higher rates, although by and large people have locked in lower rates back when they were low a year or so ago. But with prices staying high, with inflation staying high, with people having to spend more on their housing, their medical care, goods relative to a year ago, we're starting to see some cracks in terms of default rates. This chart here, this is Nevada specifically, although the picture is similar for the United States. It shows the percent of loans by dollar value that are delinquent at this point in time. And you can see that over the past year, this has started to increase. It's still not high, it's still not flashing warning signals by historical standards, but it's something that's started to normalize since the recession, the pandemic recession, I'm going to say those together here. And so you can see that this is a good, this is a clear sign that some households have exhausted what resources they have. They're starting to default on some of those debt. There is a distinction here that I want to point out, though, between debt that's related to housing, home equity line of credit, and first mortgages here. Those are the blue and the green at the bottom of this chart here. Those we still see are in good shape. We're not seeing stress there as far as defaults. And that's in large part because people have locked in these lower rates. People have built up a lot of value in their houses. House prices have started to come in, but they're still quite high. And so people have good cause to keep those payments going. And so we're not seeing major stress there, and we don't anticipate some return of like the 2009 housing crisis because people are in a stronger position here. Okay. So those are some negatives. Those are some points of stress in the economy. Positives, we've talked about this before. We talked about this previously. There's still a significant amount of cash out there in the economy from built up rising wages, some of the stimulus programs back in the day, and just avoided spending during the pandemic. That's what contributed to this to start. We've seen this start to come in, but it's still there. You can see that these blue bars are quite high, those excess savings that households have. The main caveat here is that this is concentrated in the top 80% of the income quintile, or income distribution, and so we're seeing stress on the bottom end here of lower income households. That's what's contributing to the prior slide we just saw. So that's some restriction on consumer spending, that's going to be some drag on sales tax collections, for example, but by and large, the larger part of this income distribution still has funds to spend. They're still able to keep up with those rising prices. Okay. So this will be a buffer, by and large, for consumers, for spending, for most households. Okay. Keep moving here. The main thing that will depend on how this goes over the long term, how long this buffer lasts, is how long we have inflation staying high. And we start to see this come in. We've been kind of moving along this over the past several months, and I think we have more or less stuck to script. Our CPI forecast is virtually unchanged from our December meeting. So it's the same path here because we've generally kept moving along as expected. The next things that we expect to see are vehicle prices continue to come in, just as demand weakens some and as supply chains continue to work through. We've seen a lot of improvement there. And then the next major step here is going to need to be housing costs slowing. This is something that we're honestly already starting to see, but it takes time to filter in to the CPI index just because leases only come through once a year, right? And so they'll only be reflected then when that happens. So this is something that's pretty much on autopilot at this point. And that's really important because housing is more or less 40% or so of core CPI. It's a really significant part of spending for almost every household, I'd say. Definitely most of your income distribution there. The main wild card here that we're going to run into maybe a year out from now is how we see wages start to come in. This, of course, is double-edged for tax collections. Higher wages are a positive for people's ability to spend, but the longer that we keep wages at this time, at the level they're at now, they're rising about 5% year over year, which is high by historical standards. The longer that's sustained, the longer we're going to have inflation stay high, and the more this becomes entrenched, and that becomes a problem. So we need to see those come in as the labor market loosens some over the next couple of years in order to hit that target. I can go through specific numbers on this if you'd like as well, as far as our forecast. But let's circle back. So I'll go through this quickly. I've shown you this chart before. This is still on track. The labor market's resilient here. We're generating hundreds of thousands of jobs every month. We're starting to see some weakening in a lot of these different areas. We're seeing some weakening in job creation. Job openings, quits are Quits are falling down some, job openings are coming down some. So that's what we've been looking to see. We've been looking to see this come down some. We're looking to see some pressure off of the labor market. But it's still it's remarkably resilient, let's say. And so we need to see these keep coming in over the next several months to take this pressure off of wages. Nevada specifically, the economy here is just booming. It's really been remarkable. Growth's very broad-based across industries. Unemployment remains stable and fairly low at 5.5%. The labor force is growing, which is really important to kind of keep that balance between the labor supply out there and the jobs that people are looking to hire for. Our forecast has Nevada continuing to outperform the U.S. We think it's going to stay stronger, but we do think that this massive gap that you're seeing here with the U.S. is going to narrow in some. It's going to come closer to the U.S., but we still think that it'll stay stronger. Part of that's from population growth. Part of that's from the industrial mix of the state. Nevada's tech industry is going to be more resilient than maybe some other tech hubs because of how it's focused. And just really broad-based growth that we're seeing there in terms of consumer-focused industries, things like healthcare, things like different services. So we think that will be sustained, but not as much of an outlier as it is currently. One thing that's also going to bring this in some, this chart here shows not domestic migration in Nevada, so how many people are moving into the state, how many people are moving out of the state on a very high frequency basis. And you can see that this has come in quite notably since 2022. And I would attribute this to higher housing costs. It's become quite unaffordable in Nevada. The increase has been larger than in most states here. Prices have increased. Housing prices have increased more than in most states here. And so we think this will be temporary. We think there'll be a turnaround as prices start to decline, but it's definitely a headwind for growth in these. It's not to say that this is going to cause any outright contraction, because it still is positive here, but maybe not as strong as it has been. Okay, to keep moving along. This is just pointing to the outlook for housing. Housing is pretty important also as far as our outlook for sales and use taxes, because housing is a major driver of just spending. Construction's a driver of spending. We see prices coming in, but we still have a fairly upbeat outlook for construction, mainly because there's still a lot in the pipeline right now. So we're going to see some completions coming through over the coming year. That's going to be a positive for pricing in terms of just increasing that supply of housing. But, declining prices, of course, are a negative for homeowners. We don't think this will translate hugely into reduced spending, just because these prices are declining after massive gains. So if you give up maybe 10%, but you've increased 40% over the past year, you're still sitting pretty well in terms of your housing value. You're still ahead on your mortgage. But as these prices start to come in, as this affordability starts to improve, that's the green line here, we expect that we can see some increase in net migration as people are able to afford housing in the state once again. To just wrap up this macro outlook here, focusing some on the risks in the economy. I mentioned before, the first slide here, is there's a lot that is risky about where we are in the current business cycle. Not walking through all of these. The ones in red, I think, are some of the more prominent, or at least more top of mind risks here. The banking crisis has stabilized, it seems, for the minute. It seems like First Republic, the recent purchase of that, is kind of it's related more to March problems rather than anything new. Other regional banks seem to be holding up fairly well. But if this starts to intensify again, if we get more of a lack of confidence, more people withdrawing their deposits from these banks, this could cause banks to really seize up on credit even more than they have. That would definitely be a negative here. And it's a possibility. Another one, Federal Reserve missteps. This is one we've talked about previously. There's just a really fine line between trying to keep their dual mandates of keeping price stability without crushing employment while keeping it full employment. They're also operating, with the same data more or less that we have. So not they don't have the ability to know everything right now with the economy anyway. It takes time for these higher rates to filter through the economy. And so there's risk there. Anytime we have this kind of monetary tightening cycle, there's a large degree of risk. So far, it's been going to script, but we still have to see the future course of rate hikes. We still have to see the future course of inflation. Finally, this one is definitely less likely. Federal debt limit breach. It's even if it were to not happen, as we get closer and closer to this date, we could see impacts on stocks. We could see impacts on lending. We could see problems in the economy resulting from that if we get close to this potential default, even without hitting it. So it's just another one to highlight here. Not likely, but something that's going to be disruptive over the next several months. Okay. Any questions about the macro outlook I've presented here before I go into the specific revenue forecasts?
I think we're good. Thank you.
Awesome. Okay. So our sales and use forecast here, this is a little bit higher than our previous forecast, especially over the coming year. It converges closer over the long run, but staying higher. Most recent data that's been coming in has been a little bit on the higher side. I think this is tied to the strength in Nevada's labor market that we've seen previously. We've seen very strong growth in wage and salary income. That's one of our major drivers in this model. And so as our forecast has been upgraded some for that, we're seeing stronger performance in this sales and use tax outlook. We expect that it will come in at 7.6% for fiscal 2023 as a whole, but slow over the course of the year, slowing further over through fiscal 2024, particularly over the first half of the year. And then we'll see some stabilization at levels that are a little more consistent with historical norms, as we see some slowdown in the labor market, slower growth in wages, and households burning through some more of those savings here. The one thing that I want to point you to as an area that's going to give less support than it has in the past is the makeup of inflation has been shifting. So previously it was very concentrated in goods inflation. So, the things maybe that you'll go buy at the store. But now it's shifting over more to services, and services aren't necessarily taxable. In general. And so as we see stronger growth in prices of services rather to goods, there's going to be less connection between what the inflation forecast is as a whole and what the outlook for sales and use spending is. So we'll see some divergence in those growth rates there. And it's just something I'm at least keeping in mind as we look through the outlook here and compare those two. It's going to be less of a reliable kind of benchmark for how prices are rising in terms of what people are actually spending on taxable goods. Instead, we're going to have to see this more tied to internal demand. There's currently plenty of that in Nevada. We think that'll continue, and it'll be more tied to wage growth, like I talked about previously, which we expect to come in some. Are there any questions about the sales and use tax outlook before I move on to gaming revenues? Okay.
For the record, Linda Rosenthal, if I could just ask a quick question. I think when you presented to us in December, you had mentioned that your forecast was a little bit aggressive, like there wasn't a lot of room for upside, but obviously there is some upside that's coming through in the forecast, and I know you've mentioned some of the drivers, but I guess just if you can broadly talk about why that is. I mean, since there was little room for upside, but you've provided upside. And then also just using the label recession. I think last time you said this did not assume a recession. Just wondering what your current outlook is for that.
Yes, thank you. That is, that's correct. We still do not assume a recession. We assume that growth will slow. We're going to see, at least at the national level, some increase in unemployment, a few months maybe of some actual outright losses in jobs, but not enough to merit the label of recession, more or less. As far as upside, there's a lot of risks to these forecasts, but none of the major risks that we've been thinking through have come to pass at this point. Instead, the labor market has stayed very strong. So I think it's very much that as of now, the economy's on track. It would take something more of some additional event to put it off course. As we haven't seen that event, and as Nevada's economy has outperformed a little bit relative to expectations, that's why we're seeing some of this increase. Those risks are still there. They haven't materialized.
Thank you.
As far as gaming percentage fee outlook, this too, we're up slightly since December. Q3 especially was very, very high. That hasn't really shifted the forecast here, but it's just one sign of the continued strength here. For this, we mainly look at recreational spending as the main driver of this forecast. And that's something that we have seen very strong growth in. We've seen some increases in our forecast there. In large part, that's tied to strength in disposable income, just nationally. We've seen income growth come in on the high side. Part of that's due to this ongoing inflation, these strong pressures on wages, but so far it's been quite strong. We do, though, expect growth to moderate quite significantly over the coming year. You can see on those quarter-to-quarter basis, we have some negatives there. We're seeing some declines from a year ago, and then essentially flat 0.1% in fiscal 2024. We think that revenues will be able to hold on to some of these gains in revenue, some of these gains that we've had, but we don't expect to top those numbers essentially until we get into fiscal 2025. And that assumes that in fiscal 2025, we start to see some monetary loosening. We start to see some of these restrictive conditions start to come in some, and that's going to be a benefit for consumers, increase their ability to maybe borrow, maybe go on vacations, maybe pay for these. Visit Nevada. The wild card that we've been talking about is the return of visitors here. We've seen a much stronger recovery in gaming revenues, this blue line here, than visitor volumes, the green line. This is Las Vegas, but I'm using it as a proxy here. And so that incomplete recovery for visitors still gives some upside here. There's mixed ability to visit at the current moment. We have potentially some upside coming from China, coming from the greater openness there at the moment, but we still have very weak growth in Europe, weak growth in Latin America, so that's going to temper some of that upside there. We've seen some declines in the dollar, which is a positive for this, but it's still relatively high. So all of those are kind of a wash at the moment, but it's something that we think is giving this potential for stronger growth as we move further into 2025, as we move through this period. There's still some additional demand out there, specifically internationally. Other positive here is that we've seen stronger spending per visitor, and so that's something that has, really allowed these very strong growth in collections, and we'll need to hold on to some of that in order to keep levels even at the level they are now. As far as risks go, these are similar to what we are looking at the sales tax collection, and I think that the outlook is similar. The risks are all essentially to the downside here, but we'd need something else to go wrong for those downside risks to really materialize. Any other questions?
Just one question from me again, for the record, Linda Rosenthal. You mentioned that most of your data is focused on the consumer kind of nationally. Obviously, you take a look at what's going on globally, but do you get into specific data like gross gaming revenue receipts or anything like that when you do your forecasts of the percentage revenue?
No, not so much. We'll look at how the revenues have performed historically. That's what we base our model on. That's what we condition things off of. But we don't get into more specifics there about different areas this is coming through and whatnot.
Great, thank you. I think that's it for the forum. Thank you very much. Okay, next up, we'll have a presentation on the state employment outlook from David Schmidt, Chief Economist with the Research and Analysis Bureau, Department of Employment Training and Rehabilitation. Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you, Madam Chair and members of the forum. For the record, my name is David Schmidt. I'm the Chief Economist for the Research and Analysis Bureau of the Nevada Department of Employment Training and Rehabilitation. And it's always an honor to be here and give you a sense of what's happening with Nevada's labor markets. As you just heard, we've been seeing some really strong numbers, and hopefully I can put some additional context around that for you. The first slide that I have looks at the change in employment since peak employment in each of the last 3 recessions. And I think it's worth looking back and thinking about what we've just been through, where we had a recession that was slightly longer coming through the pandemic than what we saw in 2001. 2001 in Nevada, we saw the very little impact to our economy as a result of the dot-com bubble. If you look at the tiny little green line up near the upper side of the left side of this chart, that's the 2001 recession, and through that you can see also the impact of 9/11 on Nevada's economy. At the time, obviously it was a very significant impact. You have airlines shutting down. You have people asking, will visitors ever want to travel? Will people want to get on planes ever again? That question has been pretty definitively answered. Yes, they did. But I think it's really helpful to think through these 3 recessions as we think about what might be coming, especially with discussions of will there be a recession, or what will happen with the national economy and Nevada's economy as we go forward. And I think it's helpful to think of that 2001 experience, because at the time 9/11 was a big thing, and it had significant impacts on the travel industry, but it was also kind of a normal recession in a way compared to the last 2 experiences that we've been through. Then you get to the Great Recession. Obviously, Nevada lost a huge number of jobs, especially in the construction industry, which pays very high wages, and it took a very long time to recover. And when we hear interest rates are going up and mortgage rates are going up, and what will the impact be on Nevada's housing market, it's really easy to sort of flash back to the Great Recession and think, like, is that going to happen to us again? And I'll talk about that in a little bit. And then you get to the COVID recession, where we had the government-imposed shutdown, which had a massive impact. Roughly a third of our economy was in the businesses that were shut down. And so you see that very rapid decline, but also the very rapid recovery, because sort of what policy gives, policy can take away. And so as those restrictions start to ease, you see a pretty rapid rebound in employment. Nevada was hit the hardest in the nation during that recession. We had the highest unemployment rate that any state has seen since we have records going back to 1976, of just over 30% unemployment in the state. We recovered those jobs in just a few months more than we saw the path of the 2001 recession. So even though it was very deep, it was pretty short. And we've continued beyond that point to see pretty rapid employment gains. It's kind of interesting because we have several sources of data that we look at. We have our monthly surveys that give us kind of a point in time piece of information. And then we have some more comprehensive data that's gathered through administrative records, which we use as the quarterly census of employment and wages. And as we've looked at employment trends, the initial surveys have tended to be a little bit weak, because I think in part it's hard to model the pace of gains that we've seen. But then in each of the last couple of years, we've had pretty large upward revisions in that series, as the more comprehensive data behind the scenes has sort of pushed those estimates up and said that initial path was actually a little bit too weak, and we were seeing greater than 10% gains in terms of total employment in the state. And so it's important, I think, to know that what's driving those employment gains is not the more volatile data, it's the more comprehensive data that we're gathering behind the scenes. And so I think there really is some firm foundation for those numbers. And I think that's also important as we move ahead. As you've seen, Nevada is leading the nation in terms of employment growth over the year. This is following up on Moody's presentation. They say you can expect to see some slowing. You can actually see that here. This data is through March. I think their data was through 2022. And part of that is, as we've gotten further and further out from the really rapid rebound that we saw in the pandemic, you should expect some slowing. 5% growth in context, if you look back at the 1990s, when Nevada was the fastest growing state in the nation 4 decades in a row, we were seeing about 6% growth. And that was very rapid, very high. I would not expect to see that going forward. If you look at this chart, you can see after you get through about the top 4 states, you see growth closer to 3% or 2% than you see the 5% that we're currently experiencing. And so if Nevada is sort of reverting to the national mean in terms of growth, I think that's probably likely to come down. So where we are is high, but it probably won't stay there. If you look at our metropolitan areas, on top in this chart you have Las Vegas, on the bottom you have Reno. You can see that the pandemic definitely hit Las Vegas harder. It was a deeper hit, but they've also been recovering fairly swiftly. In recent months, Las Vegas has been the faster growing area. It's been one of the faster growing metropolitan areas in the nation as well. If you look at the metropolitan areas with a population of 1 million or more, Las Vegas has been at or near the fastest pace of growth. And so as Nevada's been leading the nation in states, Las Vegas has really been leading in terms of metropolitan areas. Reno-Sparks area recovered a little bit faster, and so it's more seeing some trend growth instead of that recovery growth. Las Vegas was a little bit slower, and so it's been growing a little bit faster recently. If you look at across industries, this chart looks at sort of the major sectors. The only difference from our typical sort of approach when it comes to sectors is here I'm breaking out accommodation from food service because there have been some different trends there behind the scenes. But generally, the more green a sector is, the more it has recovered compared to its pandemic level employment. And you can also see in here the actual percentage number as far as how much it's recovered, the average weekly wages in that sector in 2021. And then how large a piece that sector is of our economy. And that's also represented by the size of the boxes. And so you can see most of the economy is recovering. We are not seeing 1 or 2 industries that are driving everything forward, but rather across all of our industries, we're seeing pretty broad-based growth. Transportation, warehousing, and utilities stands out. It's about 25% above where it was at prior to the pandemic. A lot of industries are in about the 10% higher than what they were before the pandemic. And the one big exception is accommodation, led by casino hotels. It's sitting at about 86% recovered. It is seeing some slight gains, especially in the Las Vegas area, but it's not shooting back up toward where it was. It's down between about 20 and 25,000 jobs compared to where it was before the pandemic. And the trend has generally been pretty flat, and we don't really expect to see a lot of growth there, especially not in the next couple of years. Talking about wages and what's happening in terms of what people are making both on an hourly and hourly basis and the number of hours being worked. About 6 months ago, this number was a lot hotter in Nevada. We were up closer to the top in terms of our wage growth. It has been coming down in recent months. It's still number 13 in the nation. But we're seeing wage growth in that 5% range and not in the 9 or 10% range that we were seeing not that long ago. And so we are seeing some moderation there in terms of wages. And I would expect that to continue because we do have that, a little bit of softening in terms of the labor market. Not only is Nevada number 1 in terms of employment growth, we're also number 1 in terms of our unemployment rate. And this is a question that I expect I will keep getting as long as these numbers hold. And as you can see from this chart, it's not even close. We're about 0.8 of a point higher than the number 2 state. And so Nevada's unemployment rate is currently 5.5%. It's been there since September of last year. But I think it's helpful to think, first, our employment estimates and our unemployment rate estimates do come from different surveys, and so there's 2 slightly different perspectives on what's happening in the labor market. But I think it's also useful to know that when we look at our labor force from the survey that gives us our unemployment rate, we see increases in both employment and unemployment. And so we're not seeing people losing jobs, employment falling, and moving into unemployment with unemployment rising. Instead, we see both advancing. And so really what this is showing me is that we have people moving back into the labor market, which is a good thing. Some of those people who come into the labor market are immediately finding jobs, and some of them are looking for work. But in either case, both sides of that balance are rising. And I think it's helpful to think about the fact that if you have an unemployment rate of 5%, to make the math easy, and if you have 10 people or 20 people move into the labor force over the course of a particular period. And 2 of those people are looking for work and 18 of them move in and they find jobs right away, your unemployment rate is going to go up because of those new people coming in, the unemployment rate of that additional share would be 10%, even though 18 of the 20 are moving into work. And so just because people coming into the labor force might be a little bit more tilted toward people who are looking for work instead of finding work, I think it's the bigger part of this picture is that they're moving into the labor force. If you look at the population, we talk about the civilian non-institutional population 16 plus as being the foundation for our labor force estimates, labor force participation rate, and lots of other measures. Typically, we talk a lot about the employed and unemployed side, but this chart looks at the people who are not in the labor force to sort of give a sense of what's going on the other half of that ledger. And people not in the labor force are not a uniform picture. We have 1.5 million unique stories in terms of people in the labor force, and it's just as diverse on the other side. So at one end of the spectrum, you have someone who is happily retired and never intends to work another day in their life. They are not in the labor force. They do not want a job. You could have jobs sitting there for them, and they will say, no thank you, I'm done with that part of my life. This category has seen some pretty significant growth over the last 30 years. This makes sense. We've had an aging population and more people retiring. The largest birth year cohort of the baby boom generation turned 65 in 2022. And so we've had this growing share of people that are not in the labor force and do not want a job. But there are also people who are not in the labor force that have varying levels of potentially moving into the labor force. You have people who say that they want a job, but they haven't looked even in the last year. To be counted as unemployed, you have to have looked for work in the last 4 weeks. And so, sort of by definition, we're already looking at people who have not looked in the last 4 weeks, or they're not available for work. They're detached to some degree from the labor force. But some people say, yeah, I want a job, but they haven't looked in the last year for one reason or another. Of those people who are not in the labor force and do want a job, this is the largest piece. Here it's about 50,000 people. These are some very rough numbers. I'm using 10,000 individuals at a box, but it gives you a sense of how large the proportions are here. Moving closer to labor force attachment, you have people who want a job and have searched it in the past year, but they're not currently available for work. It could be for medical reasons or childcare reasons or some other thing. They have looked for work, not in the last 4 weeks, but in the last year, but they're not available right now. And then moving a step closer, you have people who want a job and have searched in the past year and do say that they're available for work now. So they haven't looked in the last 4 weeks, but they're probably the most attached of this not in the labor force population. And there's about 20,000 people in that bucket. So you have about 30,000 total here that are, they've searched in the past year, but they have or are not available for work at the moment. So I think in terms of how big is the gap and how many people might still be re-engaging with the workforce, it's a pretty small fraction of those people who are not in the labor force. By and large, most people not in the labor force don't want a job. And I think that's kind of the point to drive here, that it's not that there's this huge shadow contingent of workers ready to re-enter, but it's a marginal piece, but it's a potentially gettable piece. And 30,000 is a large number in context. We have about 80,000 people who are unemployed. So this is not a small piece, but it's still a fraction of those non-participants. Also, as you saw, our job openings and turnover numbers are still pretty high. Job openings nationally did pull back from the really high level that they've been at nationally. That's true in Nevada as well. Our quits rate is still about 44,000 individuals of the 64,000 total separations that we had, so that's still a pretty high share. Our hire rates and job openings have come back a bit into balance, and as you can see from the bottom table here, our national rate in terms of our hire rates, our opening rates, our separation rates is pretty much middle of the pack. And so from these turnover statistics, we're not running super hot relative to other states. We're not running super cool. And one number that I like to pull out of this is if you take that quits as a share of total separations, I think it's kind of an interesting measure you can derive from the data. And if you look back to the Great Recession, you can see, as we went through the Great Recession, you had 40% of separations being quits, 60% of them being layoffs or other forms of separations. You get just prior to the pandemic, and then now following the pandemic, and that story is reversed, where we have 60 or 70% of all separations being quits. And I think this helps to demonstrate how much power rests in the hands of workers right now, and why we're seeing those wage increases, and why we're seeing the tight labor markets that we are, even in a place where we have 5.5% unemployment. You still have over 100,000 job openings and 80,000 people who are unemployed, even in Nevada. So we have the highest unemployment rate in the nation, and we still have more than 20,000 more job openings than people who are unemployed, at least according to the JOLTS survey. And so we do still see the labor market at a really tight place. It has been leveling off a little bit. As you look at the last 6 months or so, those curves are not going up forever, but they're also not coming down really quick, either in the 12-month average or even the month-to-month numbers. It's still really high, and so I think we're still in that pretty tight labor market. Looking ahead a little bit, I think this is a trend that I have not yet fully digested myself, but I think it's worth highlighting. In 2022, these are 5-year cohorts of the population by age. In 2022, 3 of the top 10 largest cohorts were people who were 50 years or older, 50 to 54, 55 to 59, 60 to 64, and those are highlighted in yellow. That is a bit more than we saw in 2010, but if you look ahead to 2030, that is changing a lot. Here in 2030, none of the top 10 cohorts are 50 years or older. And the top 6 are all less than 50, but still kind of working age. The other 4 are like 20 or younger. And so we have this big shift coming in terms of the demographics of our population and who it is that will be in our workforce. I think it's worth remembering that here in 2023, the oldest of the millennials are turning 43. So they're right in the middle of their prime working years. And this is following up where you have, by 2030, you're looking at Gen Z starting to be entering the workforce. And so I think sometimes it's easy to be so focused on things like we've had large sort of demographic changes in our participation rate sort of coming down as we've had the baby boom generation moving up to and past retirement age. But I think the next big wave that's coming behind that is the increasing concentration of this younger generation entering the workforce, which very well, this is a little bit beyond the time of the forum here, but I think we're going to be seeing more people entering the workforce and have a larger concentration of our population, again, in that prime working year ages. And I think that probably has some implications for how many people are going to be looking for work and what the overall balance of the economic activity in the state looks like. As you heard, the federal funds rate has been coming up, and so sort of thinking ahead toward the future, this is definitely something that I think is helping to affect our economic outlook, particularly when we look at mortgage rates. And so mortgage rates have been coming up, and that does have implications in terms of affordability of mortgages in the state. And so if you look at housing affordability in Nevada, the median qualifying income in 2022 was about $100,000 for someone buying a house. The mean was even a bit higher than that, somewhere in the $120,000, $130,000 range. And as I said at the start, when you think about housing getting tighter and the housing market cooling off, it's really easy to think, well, will what happened in the Great Recession happen to Nevada? And so this chart looks at construction employment in Las Vegas and Reno. And you can see, as we went into the peak of the housing boom, especially in Las Vegas, the top half of the chart, you see the acceleration in construction employment that we had in the state. We got up to a peak of about 150,000 construction workers in the state as a whole. By the time we hit our trough, we were down to about 50,000. So we lost 2/3 of the construction industry, which is pretty high-paying jobs. And I think for Nevada, this is the real story of what happened in the Great Recession, is so much activity that we had concentrated in construction and then losing that very quickly when the housing market cooled off. But I think some of the underlying structure of where we're at as we look ahead to a potential cooling off in the housing market, I think there's some really important differences, and it's why I don't expect to see a repeat of the Great Recession. And one, if you look at both in Las Vegas and Reno, we're not seeing that really rapid acceleration in construction. It has been growing. It's been growing steadily, and it's been growing for some time, but it's not that rush into the industry as things are heating up. But it's more the growth that I would expect as we see the demand for housing and the demand for construction that currently exists in Nevada. Construction employment was down over the month, and so it has been potentially cooling off a little bit, but I still don't expect to see the plunge and the cessation of construction activity in the same way that we saw in the Great Recession. Another industry that's cooling off has been finance and insurance. It's down a little bit over the last year. Again, this was something that was hit pretty significantly in the Great Recession. It has been growing. It didn't show the same rapid acceleration. But you can see here it has been kind of flat in the Las Vegas area for much of the last year. It's been kind of flat in the Reno area with some ups and downs for the last couple of years. But this is another industry that we're kind of watching to see, will this see some of the declines that we saw in the last recession. But it wasn't the largest piece. It wasn't the thing that drove it, but it's another sector where we might show a cooling housing market show up. And then finally, looking ahead, you have a table that looks through some of the employment projections here if you really want to look by industry. These are mostly trend-driven, and I'll take a look at a couple of these for you. I think the top line number is growth of about 1.6%. This is pretty consistent with some of the other employment forecasts that we do. This is a particular forecast that we prepare sort of in the middle of other forecasts to help give a sense of what's the trends are in some of our different industries. But I think 1.6% per year over the next 3 years kind of makes sense. It does reflect a cooling, as I said, in our employment growth from the 5% that we're currently at. And it's a little bit more in line with the population growth that's been expected of somewhere around 1%. And so long-term, having your employment growth and your population growth in about the same ballpark kind of makes sense, because if your job growth is well in excess of your population growth, that's being fueled by people coming into the labor market who aren't currently a part of it. So to look at total private sector employment, you can see here we have the three different trends that are kind of selected from these trends to get those employment projections that you're looking at, as well as the confidence intervals around it. And those confidence intervals are pretty broad because predicting the future is hard. And a model that's looking at what happened in the Great Recession and trying to look at what are the odds of something like that affecting you in the future, it's hard to have a really tight band. But you can see that the overall trends are pretty similar to what we saw in the 2010 to 2020 period, maybe a little bit slower. This is also true for some of the forecasts for goods producing industries. The ARIMA model wants to go a little bit flatter. And so the approach that we took in pulling these together is to take one of those series that's showing some growth and the ARIMA series that's a little bit flatter, and kind of averaging the two out to get a sense of what a little bit more middle ground might be. The construction industry also, because of the big hit that it had coming out of the Great Recession, one model showing it coming down, a couple of others are showing it going up. We end up kind of blending the two to see what looks reasonable for this industry. And then trade, transportation, utilities. It's an area where we've been seeing a lot of growth, and we see that carrying forward out into the future. And then education and health services. This was always sort of taken as this is the series I want to forecast if I get to forecast anything, because it's so close to a pretty straight line. It was obviously impacted by the pandemic, but outside of that, it's showing pretty steady growth. And especially since we do have an older population, we would expect the demand for that to continue to increase. And with that, I will take any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schmidt. For the record, Linda Rosenthal. So just two quick questions. Emily Mandel from Moody's mentioned the trend in the migration to Nevada. What is it that you're seeing with that, and what do you expect to happen in the future?
Thank you, David Schmidt, again for the record. I think she probably has the more detailed data in terms of that. I tend to be a sort of a secondary user of the data. We see there has been some slowing population growth more broadly. I think Nevada and any state that's not California on the West Coast probably has an enviable position compared to the rest of the nation, because we do have a steady source of domestic migrants coming into the state, as well as Idaho and Oregon and lots of other states are seeing that same growth. I think that's probably likely to continue. It's something that sets Nevada and the West Coast a little bit apart, because we do have such a large source of people moving to the state. At the same time as we've seen some slower, I think, international migration. That's an area where Nevada's had a higher share, I think, in the past. And so as that's slowing down nationally, I think we would expect to see that too. And then just looking at the demographer's forecast, it tends to be, showing population growth slowing statewide over time. So those are the sorts of things I'm looking at and thinking there.
Great. And then your slide where you had the recovery by sector and it showed accommodations still down. Is that, in your opinion, mostly a function of the ability to get workers? Because, it seems like the hotels are very busy. There's lots of events going on. Rates seem very high. I'm surprised that that's not fully staffed, but is that just a lack of workers?
David Schmidt again for the record. And I think there's probably a couple pieces of it. I would expect that on the one hand, you have workers who, as the pandemic came on, so the hospitality industry in general was particularly impacted by the shutdown orders, had a lot of face-to-face contact with people who might be nervous about working in that kind of environment. And I think that there's the demand for workers and also the way that properties have probably done business over time. They had to adapt to how do we reopen with potentially fewer workers, or providing a way for people to visit a property and enjoy the casino experience in a way that doesn't have them right across the table from somebody else. And so I think there's probably been some changes in how properties do business. I think there's been some shifts in terms of where it is that people want to work. I think there's also the wage challenges. As we've been coming through the last couple of years, we don't have data in Nevada about turnover rates by industry from the JOLT survey, but we do have national data. And leisure and hospitality in general has seen much higher rates of hires, but also much higher rates of separations. And so the overall churn of employment is much higher in that industry. It's also pretty high in the retail industry. And so I think as we've been in an environment where wages are increasing, the ability of people to respond and meet those changes in wages is probably a piece of the story here too, that it's not just the static level of employment, but it's the turnover that we're seeing. And so even if they're hiring people in, if those people are leaving relatively quickly, whenever you measure a point in time for total employment there, you're going to have some people that have just transitioned out, some people that have just come in, and I think there's probably some net difference there. And then if you look at the casino industry over time, Las Vegas's peak employment in that industry was in 2006. In Reno, it was in 1997. And so overall, the trend has been pretty flat. And it has generally taken a little bit of time for the industry to recover following a recession. In 2001 in Las Vegas, it took until about 2004, 2005 to get back up to where it was following 9/11. Even with the 2001 recession, that was true. The Great Recession, it came back up, but it kind of was pretty flat after a little bit of an initial rebound. And so total industry employment there has tended to fall and then go flat. And I think there's some level of changing how you do business. Even when we've had new properties open, it's more of a reallocation of the existing labor force than it is 5,000 new jobs coming in and being added to what was already there. So kind of a long answer. I think there's a lot of pieces to that puzzle.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Jennifer Lewis, I was going to ask, kind of following up on that, is it looks like you're kind of you're projecting the hospitality to stay flat through at least 2026. So should we just assume that the recovery at 86% then is kind of the new baseline for us? Like that there's not, I guess I'm not aware that there are new casinos or other things. And maybe this is a testament to GoEd and other people's work, that people are preferring non-gaming, but is that kind of what you're assuming? I'm not an economist and you are.
David Schmidt again for the record. When I think about where we're going, I'll stop and back up. The projections there, the reason that it ended up with a flatline forecast is in part because there's been so much volatility in that sector. When you try to feed that into a time series model, it's like, I don't know, I'm just going to hold the assumption flat. And that was the model that I ended up choosing for that sector. I think that might be a bit pessimistic, but only because I expect to see more growth on the food service side, which is a part of leisure and hospitality, but I didn't break it down to food service and accommodation separately. So that might be a little bit pessimistic, but for casinos, I do think that we're probably going to stabilize at something less than getting back all of those 20,000 jobs. We are seeing a bit of an uptrend right now. There has been some recovery taking place, and so I think that we will continue to see some growth, but it might be at the 90% recovered level instead of 100%. So I do expect some shift. Exactly how much is really hard to say. But for the, I think there's another part of that question that I don't remember at the moment. But that is sort of my baseline expectation, is some level of recovery from where we are. We are on a bit of an upswing. We're not completely flat, but my expectation is not getting back to full employment in that industry because of the different factors. Not on the employer side, not on the worker side, but a little bit of a blending of the two, finding sort of a new balance. And I do think there is a property. I think the Fontainebleau is likely to be opening up, and so we might see that coming in. But I wouldn't expect it to add a bunch of jobs on top. I would expect that kind of reshuffling of existing jobs as my base expectation.
Thank you.
Hi, Vincent Zahn for the record. Could you talk a little bit about maybe some, in a downside scenario, some risks or some more vulnerable employment sectors in the private employment base that you analyze and look at?
Yep. So David Schmidt again for the record. Downside scenarios, I'm just going to go back a little bit because it sort of informs a lot of my thinking about where we're at. So as we look ahead with the potential for a more normal recession than the pandemic or the Great Recession. So my sort of, if things turn upside down a little bit, I'm thinking back to 2001, where you have 9/11, you have the impact of the 9/11 on travel and tourism in particular. I think that side of it would see some exposure potentially in our leisure and hospitality employment, but I wouldn't expect it to be a really deep hit. I would expect it to be something that's shaving some demand off, but not to the same scale that we saw in the Great Recession or the pandemic. So leisure could definitely be taking a hit as people's income gets tighter. I've sort of looked at some of the spending that we've seen in recent years as the surge of pandemic stimulus that we had coming into the economy, and then people adjusting to that level of spending even as that stimulus has started to come away. And so I think you could see some declines in terms of retail and consumption as people are seeing more debt, seeing more not income-driven spending, but sort of that echo of what we got used to with the stimulus. And so I think that could be an area where we see some pull down. And then the construction sector, I think, could be slowing down as you have housing not being quite as hot as it has been. I don't expect 2/3 of the industry to go away, but I could see it leveling off or dropping by 10% or so as we're sort of adjusting to higher mortgage costs and still high housing prices, because there is still a lot of demand. I think that affordability, where you have 100,000 as your median income for affording, even the modal income was closer to about $80,000. And so you have pretty high constraints in terms of housing purchases. But on the other hand, there has been some softening in terms of rental prices and leases. And so that might help to absorb some of the slack that could also hit the construction industry in terms of multifamily housing and construction. So I think those are the areas I would be looking at. But I would be looking for something more like 2001, not something like 2007 or 2020.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Next up on the agenda is agenda item number 9, presentation of historical taxable sales and gaming market statistics. Mr. Nakamoto?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the forum. For the record, I am Michael Nakamoto, Chief Principal Deputy Fiscal Analyst with the Fiscal Analysis Division of the Legislative Council Bureau. Under Agenda Item 9, this is a set of taxable sales and gaming market statistics that the Fiscal Analysis Division staff has been putting together for the Economic Forum on a regular basis for several years now. As in previous meetings, I do not intend to go through all of them, just to let you know that they are on the website. They are updated as of the most recent information that we have. So for the gaming percentage fee, the statistics around gaming are updated through March, which was the information released by Mr. Lawton at the Gaming Control Board during the middle of last week. The information on the sales and use tax, taxable sales statistics was updated through February based on the press release by the Department of Taxation that occurred just last Friday. So that is actually information, I believe, for all of the forecasters. We didn't have that latest month of taxable sales in our information sets. We do have that information now. It is in those tables and charts. Again, we may be referring to portions of them throughout the presentation, but I did not intend on going through them other than to let you know that they are there. If there are members of the public who would like copies of them, they are available in Nellis if they would like to go get the information. Otherwise, they can contact our office if they like paper copies and we can get them to them. But Madam Chair, that's all I really had to go through in terms of that agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we're going to move to the portion of the agenda that deals with the presentation of the forecast. Similar to Ms. Mandel, if each of the forecasters could please just focus on the changes to the December forecast and what those drivers might have been, that would be very helpful. So first, we're going to start with the gaming percentage fee tax.
Madam Chair, if I may, Michael Nakamoto for the record, so that the members of the forum and the public have the proper information set for the information that is available for Agenda Item 10. I thought I would go through the individual tables that are in the packet for the agenda item and just kind of give an overview of what is in there. So the first table, it's in the Economic Forums packet beginning on page 169 is Table 1. And this is the year-to-date collections for the State General Fund. And it's actually through March 31st of FY22 and FY23. In an ideal world, we'd love to have the information for you the most recent month, but that would be through April 30th of each fiscal year, and seeing as it's May 1st, we're not that good. So we give you the best information that we have, but there's going to be other tables in here that give you a better picture in terms of some of the revenue sources where we are at year to date as of today. So beginning on page 179 is Table 3. That shows for each of the forecasters, whether it's the agency responsible for collecting and administering the tax, the Fiscal Analysis Division, or budget, it's the budget office at the Governor's Finance Office. all of the forecasts by revenue type for each fiscal year. And it's all of the majors, all of the minors, and we'll go through the minors when we get to agenda item 11. But that information is all there for everyone to see. Table 4, which begins on page 187, shows the forecasts for each of the major revenue sources by forecaster by fiscal year, including Moody's for the sales tax and the gaming percentage fee. It also shows the Economic Forum's December 5th forecast just for reference, so you can see where the changes or how those compare. Where you can actually see the changes in the forecast is Table 8, which begins on page 191. And this is the one that we printed outside of the packet on green paper as well. This is the one that we are probably going to be referring to a lot throughout the forecast because, again, it's showing those forecasts, as well as it shows the changes in everybody's forecasts from the November meeting to the December 5th meeting to the May meeting, as well as showing the Economic Forum's forecast from December 5th. So that's kind of the lay of the land in terms of where all of the forecasts are with respect to this particular meeting today. And then finally on page 199 of the packet is Table 9. This is the table that shows, at least for FY23, where the year-to-date actuals are for FY23 as well as FY22 and 21, and then it shows all of the forecasts by forecaster for FY23 that shows the growth rate that is required over the remaining period in order to achieve that forecast. So in that one, we have the most up-to-date information for all of the majors. So we have 10 months of the gaming percentage fee, 9 months of the live entertainment tax on gaming, 8 months for the sales and use tax and the live entertainment tax for non-gaming establishments, and then the first 2 quarters for the modified business tax, the real property transfer tax, and the insurance premium tax. As that is a quarterly tax, it is not the last quarter ended on March 31st. The returns are due to the Department of Taxation right about now, and then they'll be reporting that information on the 3rd quarter at the end of May. So it's kind of the best information that we have at this point. So that's all I really had, Madam Chair, before we get into the gaming percentage fee.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we can have the presenters for the gaming percentage fee come to the presenter table.
Good morning, Chair Rosenthal and members of the Economic Forum. For the record, Mike Lawton, Senior Economic Analyst with the Nevada Gaming Control Board. What I'd like to do first is give you all a brief update of what has transpired with gaming win, taxable gaming win, and percentage fee collection since our last meeting. In December, when we met, we only had gaming win reported through October, and at that time, statewide gaming win was up 4%. We are now through March, leaving us 2 months to complete the fiscal year. My first slide shows us where gaming win sits currently, fiscal year to date. We're at $12.7 billion. We're up $584.4 million, or 4.8%. Total gaming win has recorded just 3 monthly decreases this fiscal year. Since our last meeting, the state's record levels of gaming win have continued, and the streak of consecutive months with gaming win in excess of $1 billion has now reached 25. In fact, the last 2 quarters recorded all-time records for statewide gaming win. The quarter we just completed in March represents the new all-time quarterly high with $3.8 billion in gross gaming revenue. As I have stated before you in the past, this growth can be attributed to several factors, including several demand, steady demand for gaming-related activities by resilient customers whose behavior has remained consistent in the face of several challenges, including record levels of inflation and elevated interest rates. Additionally, Nevada has continued to benefit from the surging demand of leisure travel, both domestically and internationally, and a healthy local economy with record levels of employment. Additionally, very important is the multiple signature special events which have occurred this fiscal year, and the entertainment calendar has been incredible in its ability to drive gaming activity on the Strip. These events have included numerous concerts, residencies, music festivals, and multiple high-profile sporting events. My next slide, you'll see our slot win where we're at fiscal year to date. Currently $8.5 billion in slot win. We're up 4.2% or $341.4 million through March. The last time we met, slots were up 3.3%. As the chart or the slide displays, slot win has only recorded 2 decreases this fiscal year. Not shown in these charts is the slot volume, which is currently up 4.4% or $5 billion fiscal year to date. In October, it was up 3.1%. Also, the slots hold is sitting pretty consistent, 7.21% fiscal year to date. Last year at this time, it was 7.22, so really not a lot there. Most recently, I'd like to point out March 2023 recorded a slot win of $906.5 million. It was the highest slot win we've ever recorded, beating the previous high set last March. The coin-in total was $12.5 billion, which was the second highest total recorded in state history, just behind December of 2022's total of $12.6 billion. Next, you'll see the game and table win fiscal year to date, currently $4.2 billion, up 6.2% or $243 million. The last time we met, games win was up 5.6%. As the chart shows, games win has recorded 4 monthly decreases this fiscal year. You guessed it, primarily the result of Baccarat. Not shown on any of these slides provided to you is game and table volume, which is currently down 0.2% fiscal year to date, or $59.2 million. In October, volumes were actually up slightly, 1.2%. Just really quick on Baccarat, currently we're up 8.4% on Baccarat win, or $76.1 million. And volumes are up as well, 3.7%, or $246.3 million, with a hold of 14.4% versus 13.7% last year. On the non-Baccarat game and table win side, up as well, 5.5%, or $166.9 million, with non-Baccarat drop down 1.3%, or $305.5 million. The hold is 14% versus 13.1% last year. The reason for the non-Baccarat game and table volume softness, if you want to call it softness, it's primarily related to sports wagering. There's nothing structurally wrong there. They're off because they are facing historically difficult comparisons. So really that's the driver for why that non-Baccarat game and table volume is down right now. Next slide is the Strip, fiscal year to date. The Strip's total win sits at $7.2 billion and is up 7.8%, or $523.2 million through March. Last time we met, the Strip was up 6.2%. Slot win for the Strip, very strong, up 8.3%, or $306.9 million. Games win is up 7.2%, or $216.3 million. The Strip, as the chart displays, has recorded 3 monthly decreases this fiscal year. What's the most important thing about this chart that it's really not shown on the chart, but I wanted to discuss is how much the Strip has contributed to the state's record level of gaming win. Through March, the Strip is responsible for 90%, or $523.2 million, of the state's $584 million increase in GGR this fiscal year. The remainder of the state is up 1.1%, or $61.2 million over the same time period. Several markets, as we know, have been impacted by weather. It's a very rough winter. And some markets are being impacted by the fact that the comps are extremely hard and they're all-time records. However, as I had mentioned earlier, multiple signature special events have occurred this fiscal year on the Strip, and the sports and entertainment calendar has delivered in terms of the Strip's gaming revenue growth, which can be seen on that chart, and also the breakdown of how important the Strip has been to the figures that we're seeing. Really quick, my next chart just shows us where we're at fiscal year to date with taxable gaming revenue, we're at $11.7 billion, up 3.9%, or $454.7 million. The last time we met, taxable gaming win was up a little higher at 4.1%. And the reason why is not shown on this chart, but is the ratio between taxable gaming revenue to win. Currently, it's sitting at 96.08%. The last time we met, basically unchanged, 96.07%. This time last year, it was higher. It was 96.96%. So the reason that's happening is that ratio, very important ratio, has been elevated the last couple fiscal years, but it's starting to come back down to more historical levels because credit activity is increasing. So we can expect that ratio to begin to moderate and return to more historical norms. Percentage fee collections, really briefly, my next chart, fiscal year to date, sitting at $818.2 million, up 2% or $15.7 million. The last time we met, they were actually down very slightly, just 0.03%. Not shown in this chart are the two components that create this total, is the percentage fees on TGR, taxable gaming revenue, and the estimated fee adjustment. Percentage fee collections on TGR are at $795.2 million and are up $19.9 million or 2.6%. The EFA, estimated fee adjustment, is at $23 million, and that's down $4.2 million or 15.1%. All right, so getting into our forecasts, my next slides show gaming win forecasts and the associated percentage fee collection forecast. Before getting into these actual numbers, I just wanted to discuss briefly with you the board's outlook behind these estimates. Our thesis has not changed. It is built on the assumption that statewide gaming revenue will peak in FY23. The increases that you're seeing in our forecasts from December are due to the fact that the peak this fiscal year was raised as a result of continued monthly gaming win totals that outperformed our original estimates. However, our models continue to have a low single-digit downturn built in due to continued macroeconomic pressures like inflation, rising interest rates, and tighter credit that we feel will eventually impact gaming spend, which is at an all-time record high, by the way, obviously. We have taken into consideration certain events on the calendar in the upcoming 12 months on the Las Vegas Strip, which will offset some of the softness we're anticipating. These include the opening of the Sphere, the Fountain Blue, in addition to Fountain One, and of course the Super Bowl. We should expect the Strip strength led by special events to continue to offset other markets' decreases. Additionally, there are other tailwinds to this forecast for the Strip. International visitation with China opening up, convention attendance is still growing, and those could also act as a counter to pullbacks in leisure spending domestically. I think the other item that we have taken into consideration in building this forecast, and it might be the most important, is the comparisons the state is facing over the next 12 months. I think March, the most recent month that we just released, could possibly be a precursor to what we might see in the future. March recorded an all-time gaming win of $1.3 billion, and it was actually a decrease of 3.2%, as March of 22 was the second highest gaming win all time. So to put this into perspective, the next 12 months, April of 2023 through March of 2024, every month we'll be comparing against is either going to be the highest monthly total for that month or the second highest total for that specific month. So needless to say, our comparisons are going to be the most difficult the state has ever seen. So that'll move us into the actual projections for slot win first. Excuse me. We adjusted our December forecast up slightly for slot win from an increase of 1.2% this fiscal year to an increase of 3.7% with $10.2 billion in slot win. The last 2 months of the fiscal year, we're comparing against a 2.5% increase for the state and 9.7% for the Strip. The FY24 growth rate was adjusted from a 3.8% decrease in December to a 1.6% decrease with $10 billion in win. FY25, the growth rate was adjusted from a 1.3% decrease in December to a half a point decrease with, again, close to that $10 billion mark in slot win. The games win forecast is next. The current year's growth rate was again just adjusted up from an increase of 2.7% in December to 5% in May with $4.9 billion in win. For the last 2 months of the fiscal year, we are comparing against an 18.7% increase for the state, 26.3% for the Strip. The Baccarat comparison is a little daunting, 35.1% increase in win and a 55.2% increase to volumes. FY24, the growth rate was adjusted in December from a decrease of 2.9% to a 0.42% decrease with $4.9 billion in win. We're expecting Strip events, improved international visitation as China continues to open, and a property opening to possibly improve our outlook that we originally had for table games in 24. FY25, the growth rate was adjusted from a 1.8% decrease in December to a 1.7% decrease with $4.8 billion in game and table win. Next slide is total win. Growth rate was obviously adjusted up from an increase of 1.7% in December to an increase of 4.2% this fiscal year with $15.1 billion in win. We're comparing against a 7% growth rate for the state and 16.4% for the Strip for the last 2 months of the fiscal year. 24, the growth rate was adjusted from a 3.5% decrease to a 1.2% decrease with $14.9 billion in win. And then FY25, the growth rate was adjusted from a 1.5% decrease in December to a 0.9% decrease with $14.8 billion in total win. Next slide, lastly, finally gets into percentage fee collections. For FY23, we're projecting an increase of just 0.1% or $1.3 million with $965.5 million in total collections. This is up 3% or $28.7 million from our initial projection of $938.8 million in collections back in December, which was actually forecasted originally as a 2.8% decrease from FY22. FY23, in forecasting percentage fee collections for TGR, we're looking at $950.9 million compared to $930.5 last year. And then for the EFA, estimated fee adjustment, collections, we are looking at a total of $14.6 million compared to $33.7 million last year. The average monthly growth rate to achieve this forecast is a decrease of 8.9%, with the percentage fee on TGR growing just slightly 0.2% and the EFA decreasing $8.4 million the last 2 months of the fiscal year compared to increasing $6.5 million in the last 2 months of FY22, which results in a pretty large swing of $14.9 million. As you know, the EFA is the difference between the amount of tax due on gross gaming revenue in the current month less the amount the tax paid on gross gaming revenue 3 months prior. Our April to May 2023 GGR is relatively flat, up 0.8% versus a comparison of 7% for that April-May period in 2022. So thus you have those larger swings, which is accounting for the change in EFA between 22 and 23. FY24, we are projecting a 4.2% decrease in percentage fees with $924.7 million in total collections. This is up 4.4% or $38.8 million from our December forecast, which totaled $885.9 million and represented a 5.4% decrease versus FY23. The majority of the decrease for FY24 is a result of EFA collections, which are expected to decrease compared to FY23. Due to the record levels of gaming revenue that we've recorded, FY22 and 23, EFA collections have been a positive contributor to the state's record level of percentage fee collections. However, as gaming revenue totals begin to moderate and slightly decrease as we have forecasted, EFA totals are expected to decrease as well. FY25 percentage fees, we are forecasting 0.5% growth with $929.6 million in total collections. This is an increase of 4.9% or $43.7 million from our December estimate of $885.9 million, which was flat versus FY24 in the December forecast. In total, the forecast was increased by 4.1% for the forecast period, or $111.1 million. And this concludes my discussion. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
For the record, Linda Rosenthal, just one quick question. I think we talked about this last time as well, but the 2024 forecast comes down pretty significantly. I know we talked about international travel returning, we talked about new openings, we talked about special events, all the things that would point to at least a flat revenue versus a decline. And I believe your comments included that the decline was really based more on, broader consumer spending type of concerns. Could you just talk a little bit more about that? I'm just trying to get a sense of your forecast is considerably lower than the other forecasters, and so just where we should land, just to get a little more insight into what's driving the lower forecast for 24 on your part.
So again, for the record, Mike Lawton, Senior Economic Analyst with the Nevada Gaming Control Board. We have our peak, as I said, in FY23. It was raised basically because monthly GGR has come in higher than I had anticipated and forecasted. The FY24 and 25 decreases are not as severe that I had originally forecasted in December, primarily because of strip strength. To your point, feeling pretty confident in those events offsetting, any softness that we might see in other markets, international as well, convention attendance continuing to grow. I think the economic uncertainty is definitely a headwind. However, the potential impact is unknown. So I guess in my model, what I built was I see the strip carrying the load, if you will, for 24 and 25, maybe being down slightly, but offsetting some weakness or softness that we might see in other markets. So the model is built on strip strength. I'm very concerned in my model. The comparisons, they frighten me. I'm the one that has to think about them every month. I don't know that everyone else does, but I mean, when I look at the daunting numbers of a number one month or the second month, and to break it down, only 3 of the months are the second highest totals all time. So of the next 12, 9 of them are the highest ever. So as you know, a lot of things have to go right for a month to beat an all-time record. March perhaps could have, but what happened? Baccarat didn't hold. Or there might be another month where Baccarat doesn't deliver volume. So, there's just a lot of moving parts that I think we're going to have difficulty meeting those comparisons. I'm not the only one. I get a lot of intel from a lot of operators in a lot of different markets, and I don't think anyone expects the trajectory that we're on to continue forever. I think they expect to see some challenging months, regardless of the events that are on the calendar, right? Because we've had events on the calendar every month. March is a great example. March was the greatest calendar I've ever seen. We didn't beat last March. So I just think the comparisons are what keeps me up at night, and I don't know that we'll be able to beat them every month.
Yeah, understood. There's obviously also a difference between continuing the same trajectory or beating records and a decline, right? That's all.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and I know the gaming revenue decline is not as severe as the percentage fee decline. The percentage fee decline is 4.2%, but that EFA is a negative multiplier. If you're not growing, the EFA starts to contribute negatively. So that's where that model is more pessimistic than others, but the EFA is, if you're not growing, the EFA is going to hurt you.
Good point. Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Lawton.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Rosenthal. Welcome, members of the committee. For the record, my name's Jason Guartari, the Executive Branch Economist in the Governor's Finance Office. I'll first start out my presentation today with the gaming percentage fee forecast and some of the variables that go into that forecast. Starting on slide 3 of my presentation, my gaming percentage fee forecast relies heavily on expected gaming volume and gaming win. This chart shows total statewide gaming volume broken out by Baccarat, all other games, and then slots. When we met 5 months ago, there was some uncertainty about whether gaming volume would continue at the pace that it did in 22. However, Las Vegas seems to be receiving the benefit of still some lagging pent-up demand for tourism and discovering some new demand as it evolves into a sports entertainment capital. Along with that comes more gaming volume. Visitor volume in Las Vegas is up from pre-pandemic levels. Also, convention attendance continues to improve as exhibition traffic surged 40% in March of 2023. This amounted to about 770,000 attendees in March. hotel occupancy is up and just trending under pre-pandemic levels in calendar year 2023, and it's expected to improve. Las Vegas airport traffic is up. In March 2023, I believe it was up about 16%, largely driven by international attendees. So all those variables are attributing to the increase in gaming volume and gaming win. As a result, I have statewide gaming volume near the fiscal year 22 levels rather than dropping back down to where we left off in 2019. Next, on slide 4, looking at total gaming win, I have the forecast amounts hovering around the 22 levels rather than dropping off to the pre-pandemic levels. Through March 2023, we had 25 straight months where the win has exceeded $1 billion, as Mr. Lawton alluded to in his presentation. $1 billion seems to be the new normal in each month of gaming. Clark County casinos alone have won $1 billion for 11 straight months now through March. So I think this will be the new trend moving forward. Next, page 5 shows key metrics on how my gaming percentage fee collections are derived in my forecast. The win to drop ratio remains on par with fiscal 23 and then drops down in fiscal year 24 and 25 a bit. My total gross revenue to win ratio in fiscal year 23 is forecasted about 96.6% and then drops off to 96%. This data is influenced heavily by the year-to-date information. And with that, I have my gaming percentage fee collections forecast on slide 6. With better than expected gaming percentage fee collections year-to-date, budget's total estimated collections in fiscal year 23 increased due to adjustments for the year-to-date actual numbers. I used this as a signal and carried it forward. In fiscal year 24 and 25, the estimates were revised up and reflect only a slight drop off from fiscal year 23. Collections are estimated to total $974.6 million in fiscal year 23, $957.3 million in fiscal year 24, and $965.1 million in fiscal year 25.
Thank you. Just one question on your assumptions. I think when we met in December, you had commented that your forecast assumed inflation was under control, that we had kind of steady unemployment, and that the slowdown in the economy happens back half of this year, first half of 24. Are those assumptions still the same?
Those assumptions are largely the same. I'm projecting the slowdown to occur more in the first half of 24, carry through 24, and then maybe resume into a little into 25, but primarily over the fiscal year 24 period. Thank you.
Just a shift in timing. Thank you. Mr. Nakamoto, are you doing the fiscal division?
I'm not.
Okay.
For the record, Michael Nakamoto with the Fiscal Analysis Division. Before I turn it over to Ms. Powers, she'll be doing the gaming percentage fee forecast for the Fiscal Analysis Division. I just wanted to give some general comments about the fiscal's outlook, and my comments now are going to be more specific to the gaming, so the percentage fee and the LET. But then in general, what you're going to find with the Fiscal Analysis Division's forecasts in May compared to December is, in a lot of cases, we're just basically truing up to where the actuals are. For a lot of the revenue sources, we're either holding our own or doing slightly better. And so for a lot of what we're going to be presenting you today, there aren't going to be a lot of changes. And I think the next two that are coming up are probably going to be the ones where there's perhaps more change than some of the others. And what we're looking at here, it's primarily driven by visitor volume. And so what we have seen, and based on the information that the LVCVA has been reporting for Las Vegas over the last few months, is it is stronger than we anticipate. So it's coming back to a more normal post-pandemic visitor volume than we had. But looking at where we're at and some of the comments and things that we've read from the industry, such as Mr. Hill from the LVCVA, there's maybe a little bit of a softening of expectations on our behalf. a lot of what we have for, especially for these two revenue sources coming up, is visitor volume that's slightly less than what we were forecasting back in December. So, for example, if you look at Chart 11A in the Fiscal Analysis Division packet on page 22, you'll see the blue line, which is the actual, come back a little faster. But then when you get out to 23, 24, and 25, we're pulling it back just a little bit below. And you'll see that reflected perhaps in our forecasts. I think one of the charts that Ms. Mandel had as part of her presentation was fairly telling in that you could see the historical relationship between visitor volume to Las Vegas to gaming revenue. You could see that they pretty well laid on top of each other, but then after the pandemic, they grew apart. And so what that's showing, at least to us, is that you're not getting as many visitors to Las Vegas, but you're getting I don't know if I want to say a better visitor, but you have a visitor who's spending more money, they have a bigger budget. And that's one of the things that we're trying to keep in mind here. So the things that we've observed are that midweek convention traffic that Mr. Hill was talking about, I believe, back in the October meeting, suggesting that that's what really needed to come back. And that's one of the things that we're observing is that it's coming back, but there are signs that perhaps it might not get the whole way there. So that, I think, in terms of at least the gaming portion, that's kind of largely the stage we're setting for where we're going to be different from May to December. For everything else, I think we're kind of holding to where we were looking, with perhaps the exception of the real property transfer tax, and we'll get to that when we get to the RPTT. But you're not going to see a lot of significant revisions to our forecasts, with the exception of gaming. And so on that, I will turn it over to Ms. Powers, and she will go through our forecast. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair and the members of the Economic Forum. For the record, I am Susanna Powers, Deputy Fiscal Analyst with the Fiscal Analysis Division. I will be presenting the Fiscal Division's gaming forecast. As you heard, Mr. Nakamoto described the Fiscal Division's economic outlook, and Mr. Lawton already gave us an overview of the fiscal year-to-date gaming market statistics. So I will keep my remarks related to how our economic outlook relates to our gaming forecast and how our forecast differs from the one presented to you in December. The Fiscal Division's gaming forecast starts on page 27 of our packet, but I will be picking up from Table 1C on page 30. I will first highlight our slot games and total win forecasts. We forecast the slot and game segment for Clark, Washoe, and Balance of State. But it is Clark County that is the main driver for our forecast. This table summarizes the individual market pieces and compiles a statewide summary. Our fiscal 23 slot and games win forecasts were revised upward as both fiscal year-to-date have been stronger than what we had estimated in our December forecast, translating into a better-than-expected total win in fiscal 23. For fiscal 24, compared to our December forecast, there was a slight downward adjustment to slot and games win, consistent with our Las Vegas visitation outlook. Fiscal 24 total gaming win is expected to increase by 2.2% over fiscal year 23, driven by major special events. We have Formula One, the Super Bowl, then followed by the Sweet 16 basketball tournament held in Las Vegas during March Madness. In fiscal 24, we expect extraordinary gaming win for the second and third quarters. For fiscal 25, compared to our December forecast, there was a revision downward for two main reasons. One, in our visitor forecast, as you heard, we believe the business travel and convention business that supports the midweek convention business is not going to be 100% back to the pre-COVID level. And second, in the absence of the Super Bowl and another confirmed Formula One race, we believe it will be challenging to grow off of fiscal year 24. Thus, our total gaming win forecast for fiscal 25 declines by 1.9%. Fiscal 23 taxable gaming win, TGR, ratio was adjusted downward as recent trend indicates that the ratio is declining, as you heard Mr. Lawton mention. In fiscal 21 and fiscal 22, the TGR to win ratio remained elevated at about 97% due to less credit play. This ratio has decreased this fiscal year and now appears to be more consistent with the pre-COVID ratio. You can actually see in our table 1A, if you go back a few pages on page 28, it traces some history there in our packet. In fiscal 24, our forecast assumes more credit play around major special events, slightly decreasing the TGR to win ratio, but then in fiscal 25, returning to similar ratios that existed before the pandemic. In fiscal 23, we have just 2 business activity months left, April and May. So we expect the estimated fee adjustment, known as EFA, to be positive for the month of May, as that month's fee collections will be adjusted to fees paid in February. The May EFA tends to be positive because of this dynamic. In our forecast, the fiscal 23 EFA adjustment results in $973.2 million in gaming percentage fee collections. Then in fiscal 24, after EFA adjustments, our predicted collections are $997.7 million and $980.3 million in fiscal year 25. This does conclude my gaming percentage fee presentations, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Powers. Any questions? Okay. So if there are no further questions, I will entertain a motion from the forum.
Let me just make a couple of comments, if I might. Obviously, the situation looks, as of the present, looks a little better than it did when we gave our, as for this year. And I'm inclined to go up to 965, which is what Mr. Lawton had proposed for this year. I'm reluctant, however, to go down as much as he had estimated for the next fiscal year. And so in my thought, I was thinking either going to keeping that at 965 for the next year or going down to what budget's at 957 and then growing to back to 965 for the third fiscal year. I don't know how that, either one of those, that's sort of my thought about that. Okay, I'll make a motion then that we go with the agency forecast for the first year and the budget division forecast for the next 2 fiscal years.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Mr. Nakamoto, do you want me to repeat that, or are we good? Okay, thank you. So the next agenda item will be the live entertainment tax. We'll have presentations of both the gaming and non-gaming, so we don't have to go back and forth between presenters. So we'll start with Mr. Lawton.
I'm sorry, Susanna, let me know when you're... For the record, Mike Lawton, Senior Economic Analyst for the Nevada Gaming Control Board. First slide that we finally got to shows where we're at fiscal year to date for gaming LET. Live entertainment tax collections currently sit at $91.4 million and are up 28.8% or $20.5 million. As the slide indicates, gaming LET has not recorded any decreases this fiscal year. The last time we met, gaming LET was up 22.5% or $7.2 million. Gaming LET collections are being driven by two main factors. First, and I've said this to you before, the continued improvement of midweek convention business is a key component to LET growth due to production shows and headliners performing multiple shows throughout the week, and they require these large venues to be at maximum capacity in order to be profitable. Secondly, obviously, the headline growth that everyone knows about is being driven by new programming on the Las Vegas Strip at multiple properties with residencies, and I'm not going to name them all, but they're incredible. Adele, Maroon 5, Keith Urban, just to name a few. I mean, there's some I don't even know about. I'm getting older, so some of them don't make sense, but they are driving spending for sure on LET. So moving to my next slide, you'll see the board's LET forecast. Made some changes here in 23, projecting LET to increase 24.9% or $24.7 million with $124.1 million in collections. This result, there's a couple things here. A show was recently announced on the Las Vegas Strip. They're taking a pause, so that impacted our models. And then I think some of my models might have been a little too aggressive, some of the assumptions, and it would be I guess they could be hit, but I wanted to dial them back for the last 3 months just to be a little bit more conservative with our outlook for 23. The average monthly growth rate to achieve this forecast is still 14.9% increase. And then there was a little bit of a shift here in FY24. We're forecasting LET to increase 5.3 million or 4.3% with 129.3 million in collections. And this would be our peak year for gaming LET collections. It's an increase of 2.7% or 3.3 million from our December forecast. This adjustment was made as everyone probably heard about it. There's a recent extension announced on the Las Vegas Strip. That's a huge driver. Of course, there's Garth Brooks as well. So there's some continued amazing residencies that we think can continue to drive what we're seeing in gaming LET. And then in FY25, we're still looking at a decrease of 5.3% or $6.8 million with 122.5 million collections. This is still actually up from what we had in December. It's up 2.2% or 2.6 million from the December forecast. The decrease that we're forecasting in FY25 is very similar to gaming. We're going to be facing very difficult comparisons, and we're facing known programming that we have already had in 23 that we know is coming out online in 24, and then we don't know what's out there in 25 as of yet. So that makes forecasting challenging for LET, known versus unknown programming. So kind of took a conservative approach there, and not that I'm saying they can't match it in terms of headliners and performers, but known versus unknown is a big contributing factor there. And because of that, we anticipate that this could result in a gradual decline in collections due to softening of the average ticket price charged compared to 23 and 24, in addition to some potential moderating in consumer spending. But overall, the gaming LET forecast for the board for the forecast period was just increased slightly, 0.4% or 1.4 million from December, kind of a shift between the fiscal years. I think we originally had 23 as the peak. We've moved into 24 because of some of the ever-changing announcements that we get literally the week before the forecast. It's always fun. So that concludes my discussion. With that, I can answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Mr. Katari?
You're welcome.
Thank you, Chair Rosenthal. For the record, Jason Gortari, Executive Branch Economist for the Governor's Finance Office. Please turn to slide 8 for my LET gaming forecast. Okay, starting on slide 8, my fiscal year 23 forecast for live entertainment tax gaming has a slight upward adjustment to account for the year-to-date actual numbers from the time since we last met. Fiscal years 24 and 25 were revised down slightly, however, to reflect a small decrease from fiscal year 23. My forecast also assumes that some of the LET gaming events will start to become an inferior product to those of the non-gaming events. In the case of an inferior product, quantity demand will fall and the substitution effect is negated. And what I mean by the substitution effect is you have two comparable products. And typically, if the price rises for one, you'd purchase more of the cheaper alternative. But in LET's case, I think some of the non-gaming events, or the gaming events occurring at the same time on the same weekend, will be an inferior product to those of the non-gaming. For example, for me personally, if me and my wife are visiting Las Vegas and we have plans to see the Carrot Top show at the Luxor, and then we find out, hey, there's a Final Four game at Allegiant, I'm going to say let's ditch those plans, and we'll eat in for the next 2 months, and I'll plead my case to go to that Final Four game. And I think that's the situation that consumers will experience and decisions they'll have to make. They'll have either a unique experience at one of these marvelous event centers that are non-gaming, and the event itself could be unique and a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, I have this forecast remaining above pre-pandemic levels due to some of the big-name residencies that have been announced that Mr. Lawton had alluded to during the forecast period. Also, the increased visitation, spending, and wages that we've seen recently will keep those on par with 2022 and slightly be lower. So with that, my revenue forecast kind of remains flat and drops off slightly, with fiscal year 23 coming in at 124.8 million, fiscal year 24 coming in at 123.4 million, or 123.4 million, and fiscal year 25 coming at 123.8 million, respectively. So slightly dropping off in those last 2 years, as I think some of those events will compete with each other. Thank you.
Did you want to go ahead and go through your non-gaming LET as well?
Yes, thank you, Chair Rosenthal. For the record, Jason Gortari, Executive Branch Economist for the Governor's Finance Office. I'll now discuss the LET tax non-gaming events. Please refer to slide 10 of my presentation. Non-gaming venues continue to attract and host high-revenue events, which have generated better than expected revenues year to date. Top-notch, world-class entertainment has come to Las Vegas and is expected to continue to come over the forecast period. As an example, in March, we had a packed entertainment calendar. There was the sports entertainment, the NCAA basketball tournaments, NASCAR returned to the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. There was a heavyweight fight at T-Mobile Arena. These have not been accounted for in the year-to-date numbers, so I expect those to further boost revenues for fiscal year 23. Also in that month, there was the Taylor Swift and Adele concert, and various other artists playing at these non-event gaming centers. Looking forward, in fiscal year 24, Las Vegas is going to host a Super Bowl and F1. Overall, event planners seem to be bullish on scheduling events in Las Vegas and continue to seek to schedule those events. F1 seeks to be an annual event. They want to become an annual event for the next 10 years, from 2023 to 2032. The current agreement extends that race through 2025 calendar year. There will also be various championship soccer matches this summer, and then a Beyonce and Pink concert in the fall. So these events continue to roll in. In fiscal year 25, USC and LSU are going to play a neutral site football game at Allegiant, which is expected to draw a sellout and various visitors from California and Louisiana. Given the solid year-to-date numbers in fiscal year 23, without March and the assumption that Las Vegas will continue to land large-scale events, I've revised my forecast up fairly significantly in each fiscal year. My forecast elevates in fiscal year 23 to $76.1 million, increases in fiscal year 24 to $82.6 million, accounting for the Super Bowl, and then drops slightly to $76.8 million in fiscal year 25. I think eventually we'll reach the law of diminishing returns and we'll reach capacity on this revenue source, but I think we're just starting to realize this revenue source's potential, and we won't meet capacity during the forecast period. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Tower?
Thank you, Chair Rosenthal. Christian Tower with the Fiscal Analysis Division for the record. And maybe first a question to the Chair. If you want to combine non-gaming and gaming LET, maybe you also, before I start, want to get the non-gaming forecast from the Department of Taxation from Mrs. Scott first. That is your decision to make. I'm happy to do both or one of them now, but Mr. Lawton is only accounting for the gaming part, and the Department of Taxation would be the non-gaming part.
Understood. Yeah, I think we're okay to have you do your two presentations, and then we'll have Ms. Scott come up and do the thank you.
Thank you. For the record again, Christian Tower with the Fiscal Analysis Division. Economic Forum members will find Fiscal's LET forecast on page 3 of the green sheet table, number 8. And more detailed information is summarized in the Fiscal Analysis Division forecast information packet from page 45 on. To LET Gaming, the May 1st, 2023 forecast of the Fiscal Analysis Division has not changed in any significant way when compared to Fiscal's December 5th, 2022 forecast. In December, our forecast projected live entertainment tax collections from gaming establishments for fiscal year 2023 of $118.3 million. Sorry about that. Our May forecast projects revenues of $120.8 million for fiscal year 2023. The May forecast of the Fiscal Analysis Division is thus approximately $2.5 million over the December forecast. Why that difference? There are two main reasons for this. Overall minor adjustment. The first one is that the year-to-date actual revenues came in a little bit higher than what we had anticipated back in December. The second reason is, as you probably heard, and as Mr. Guattari has already mentioned, March, as one could read in the news, was a particularly strong month in Las Vegas, with March Madness, the mentioned concerts, and many visitors on the Strip. So we anticipate a particularly strong month as concerns LET revenues, once these come in and are reported. As to fiscal year 2024, the Fiscal Analysis Division's May forecast projects LET revenues collections from gaming businesses of $130.1 million, and in fiscal year 2025 of $133.8 million. In comparison, our December forecast for fiscal year 2024 was approximately $180,000 higher, projecting $130.3 million in revenues. And our 2025 forecast was in December about $2.3 million higher than our May forecast is expecting. Why that difference? The reason is that our forecast is sensitive to visitor projections. And as Mr. Nakamoto has mentioned, we have slightly adjusted our visitor projections down. Not a great deal, but a little bit down. Our projections actually see higher visitor numbers in 2023 than we previously did. But then we, with a potentially banking crisis, credit crisis in California, with Ms. Mandel mentioned, and several other developments, such as that probably the midweek visitors will not get back to 100%. To the level of pre-pandemic, but maybe to 85 to 90%. So we slightly adjusted our visitor forecast down. And this plays a role in the way we calculate or we anticipate revenue forecast for this tax. So that explains the slight difference between the 2024 and 2025 forecast between May and December. And that would conclude my gaming LET forecast, and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I think we're good to go forward.
Perfect. So as to non-gaming, the non-gaming live entertainment tax forecast, the Fiscal Analysis Division has made some adjustments to its non-gaming live entertainment tax revenue forecast. As you will remember, our December forecast already made an upward adjustment when compared to our November forecast to project live entertainment tax collections from non-gaming establishments for fiscal year 2023. Back in December, we projected revenues of $59 million for fiscal year 2023. Now we make another upward adjustment. Our May 2023 live entertainment tax forecast for revenues deriving from non-gaming establishments for fiscal year 2023 projects $73.3 million in tax collections. Our May 2023 forecast for 2023 is thus about $14.3 million above our December forecast. What did, in our view, necessitate this upward adjustment? The year-to-date actual revenue collection for this tax, with 8 months of the revenues reported by the Department of Taxation, are significantly over what our December forecast had anticipated. And there are two reasons for this, according to our assessment. The first is that the big events in the T-Mobile and Allegiant stadiums, concerts such as the one of Taylor Swift or Depeche Mode, have so far generated more live entertainment tax revenues in fiscal year 2023 than our December forecast had anticipated. So the regular live entertainment business in Las Vegas is going stronger, one may say even stronger, than our previous forecast had expected. Second reason is that we believe that the strong year-to-date actuals already include at least some of the ticket sales for the special events that are scheduled to take place in 2024, the Formula One and the Super Bowl. You will remember that in our December forecast, we specifically accounted for these two events in 2024, and therefore projected higher live entertainment tax revenues in fiscal year 2024 than in fiscal year 2023 and fiscal year 2025. Now, we still believe that these two events have a significant impact on tax revenues. However, the distribution of the additional tax revenue generated through these special events appears to be somewhat different than we had anticipated in our December forecast, in that parts of these additional revenues appear to already happen in fiscal year 2023. In fact, the Formula One has had at least one large round of ticket sales in December, and I believe they had another round in late March. And since the Department of Taxation collects the tax revenues upon ticket sales, these revenues should be, at least that's our assumption, part of the year-to-date actuals for this tax. So on the one hand, revenues deriving from the regular large concert events in the stadiums came in stronger than we thought they would in December. And on the other hand, some of the revenue generated through the two mentioned special events in fiscal year 2024 is already coming in fiscal year 2023, resulting in a relatively significant upward revision of our forecast for fiscal year 2023 to $73.3 million. As to fiscal year 2024, our May forecast projects revenues of $74.6 million. Our May projections are thus about $4.8 million under our December projections. And this is because, as explained, we believe that some of the additional revenue generated through the special events, Formula One and Super Bowl, scheduled to take place in fiscal year 2024, is already being generated through ticket sales in fiscal year 2023. So in other words, our forecast We are allocating, in our forecast, we are allocating some of the additional revenue generated through these special events, or reallocate them from fiscal year 2024 to 2023. For fiscal year 2025, we are projecting revenues of $69.1 million. Our May 2023 projection is approximately $3.1 million over our December forecast. And the main reason for that is that, as mentioned, the live entertainment tax revenues generated by non-gaming establishments such as the T-Mobile Stadium and the Allegiant Stadium, or the festivals and other music events, are coming in year-to-date stronger than we had anticipated in December. So in other words, the starting point of our forecast moved upwards, and of course our whole forecast is based on the belief that these live entertainment establishments will be able to repeat what they've done in fiscal year 2023 also going forward. And that concludes my forecast, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Michael Crum for the record. Just want to be clear on what are your assumptions on F1 in, I guess, 24 and 25? I think they're different. So can you all go through that real quick?
Yes, for the record, Jason Gortari, Executive Branch Economist, Governor's Finance Office. My assumptions are that the F1 event will bring in roughly $12 million during that weekend, which is pretty far above a typical month, which is about $3.5 million, and on par with the EDC concert that they have at NASCAR, the NASCAR Speedway. So my assumptions are that'll approximately generate something of what would be a good month for the LET.
Yeah, and that's helpful, the dollar amount. I just want to know if you have it in your forecast for 24 and 25.
For the record, Jason Gortari, yes.
It's in both years. Okay. It's in all, yeah, all
It's
three.
baked into all three.
Yeah, got it.
And then if I could just follow on Linda Rosenthal for the record, the timing. So as Mr. Tower mentioned that there's maybe been a timing shift of when the tickets are sold. What's your timing assumption in between 23 and 24?
For the record, Jason Gortari, Executive Branch Economist for the Governor's Finance Office. Thank you for the question, Chair Rosenthal. I'm thinking the timing is a little closer aligned to the event. In February, we had about $5 million in collections, which was actually a couple $100,000 less than last February. You would think we would have had some of those sales for Taylor Swift, Adele, in February, thus bringing that revenue higher. During that month, we had the Pro Bowl, which I believe is the main generator for the $5 million that month, and bringing that monthly number so close to the fiscal year 22 number.
So you do have assumptions for F1 ticket sales in 23 for whatever you saw in February or potentially December, March, the actuals. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, Michael Crum for the record. I do want to finish the other question, but to your question, so you all are assuming you're paying the LET as the tickets are collected, not after the event takes place. Okay, not sure. Not sure that's the case.
Chris Tower, Fiscal Analysis Division for the record. My understanding is, and Mr. Lawton, correct me if I'm wrong, that the Gaming Control Board for the live entertainment part for gaming venues basically collects the tax upon the event, whereas the Department of Taxation collects the tax upon ticket sale.
For the record, Mike Lawton, Nevada Gaming Control Board. The Gaming Control Board does not have anything to do with, well, F1 in terms of LET. Okay. That assumption is correct.
Yeah. Your assumption for F1 is?
So our assumption for F1 is, as mentioned, that there are ticket sales already in fiscal year 2023, and pretty significantly, we will probably see them in December or March or whenever the sales rounds were. And so we therefore shifted some of the anticipated revenues from fiscal year 2024 to fiscal year 2023.
But you are assuming it continues in 24 and 25
There
as
are,
well.
we assume that for the F1, the first months are going to be higher due to the Formula One ticket sales. But then obviously after the event, that will go down. I think I read somewhere that the Formula One anticipates to sell tickets until 90 minutes after the race starts.
Yeah.
So it will, the revenues will come in right to that point, but then obviously they will stop.
Got it.
Thank you very much. And then to circle back for the non-gaming LAT, Ms. Scott, if you wanted to come present your forecast.
Good morning. Erica Scott, for the record, economist with the Department of Taxation. I can start with slide 4. There's a graph that I put together showing the forecast and the history of the live entertainment tax. The red bars are my forecast. The blue is the actual. So since our last forum, I did a lot of upward revisions based on the actual revenues that are streaming in. And yes, for the non-gaming portion, they're in statute. I was trying to find that NRS, but it is collected upon the sales of tickets. So when we are seeing some revenues for upcoming events that may spill into fiscal year 24, but the revenues are realized in fiscal year 23. So with my prior forecasts, I did work with some analysis on the upcoming shows, what we have spilling into Las Vegas. I believe it was 94% of the revenues for non-gaming LET is in Las Vegas, T-Mobile, Allegiant Stadium, all those massive headlines. Those shows are pushing our revenues for LET into record months. I think just this last month was not a record month, but we'll get to that slide after this. So going back to my assumptions are similar to Mr. Cortari's and Mr. Lawton's and Mr. Towers. So we are seeing those ticket revenues come into fiscal year 2023. Definitely some huge one-time events in fiscal year 2024, such as Super Bowl. We're going to see a lot of those revenues spill into that fiscal year. And then, of course, the opening of MSG Sphere with U2. I revised my forecast upward to the $65 million for fiscal year 2023, and then $76 million into fiscal year 24. There is a lower, more conservative estimate model that I used for the 2025 based on demand for tickets as we open other concert venues. Are the ticket prices going to continue at the level that they have been? My assumption is that no, it won't. It'll be a steadier growth into fiscal year 25 as the demand is filled at multiple locations. The ticket prices may come down to a steadier stream. And if we could go to slide number 5. So in comparison with our previous years. We can see by comparing that the swings are very large on this revenue source in prior years. However, Las Vegas area and some of those other event centers that are opening in the Las Vegas area are pretty consistent on stacking that calendar as well. And the new normal seems to be well over $4 million a month in this revenue stream. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Just same question for F1. You have it in all years, right?
Yes. So
Sorry, for the record, Michael Chrome. Go ahead.
Yeah, the historic model that I'm using as well is pulling in revenue streams that we've seen, which are already realized in certain months when the ticket sales are, the revenue is coming in within 30 days of those sales.
For the record, Linda Rosenthal, I believe when we met in December, Mr. Tower, you mentioned that for the Super Bowl, you had assumed kind of a half the tax, because I believe if the Raiders are in the Super Bowl, that the tax doesn't get generated. So you had kind of taken a middle-of-the-road approach. Is that still the case in this current forecast?
Kristen Tower, for the record, yes, that's the case. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then could the two of you comment on your assumption for the Super Bowl in particular, whether you're assuming the whole tax, no tax, or half the tax?
Erica Scott, for the record, I assumed the full tax on a very conservative sales base. So looking at seating, average ticket prices from various sources, there's wild speculations as far as the range of pricing that would come in for those particular tickets. However, I used a pretty conservative model for that, and it still drove my forecast up to that 76 million.
For the record, Jason Gortari, executive branch economist for the governor's finance office. I assume the full tax in that year, given the long shot odds for the team. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, or should we entertain a motion on the gaming LET?
It appears that for the first year at least, probably our estimate that we made in the December meeting is a little high. I think we need to go down. We have two that are estimating it about 124 and one at 120. And so if we go with the budget division for 2023, and we should, in our other gaming estimate, we showed some softness for the next 2 years a little bit. So I'm suggesting we just use our economic forum estimate for the next 2 years we previously gave, which is sort of in the middle. So I'd make that in a motion. Then we use budget division for the first year and retain our estimates for the next 2 years.
Thank you. Any discussion? Here a second?
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Then we'll move on to the non-gaming LET. Any further discussion, or we can entertain a motion?
And just looking at it, I think maybe using fiscal for all 3 years. We're not quite as high as we are in the second year as we are on budget, but we're close. We could go to as high as, kind of reluctant to go to the full 82. In the third year, sort of an unknown at this moment in time. I don't know. That's my thought anyway, using fiscal for all 3 years.
Any discussion?
I second that motion.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you all very much. So we'll move on to the state 2% sales tax. We'll go a little more in order. So Ms. Scott, if you want to start, that would be great.
Thank you, Erica Scott, for the record with the Department of Taxation. We'll start with slide number 7. This chart shows the 2% general fund revenues of the sales and use tax back to fiscal year 2019 and the color-coded display rank of highest and lowest values. So we can see at a glance the highest and lowest months of each year, consistently December as we'd expect, and then followed by a slight lull in the February and January and February revenues. So far in fiscal year 2023, the revenues are at $1.14 billion, whereas last fiscal year at the same time we were at $1.05 billion. So that increase of 8.76%, that drove me to increase my forecast from the last forum. So my last forecast assumed a slowing of growth earlier in the fiscal year. We're not seeing that. It's not playing out, although we are seeing some slowing of growth in these last 2 months. It's still on track to be higher than my forecast from last forum meeting. So we're still seeing some of the slowing of growth in February. On the slide number 8, that's just, again, a more historical graph of the highs and lows of sales tax since FY 2020. And then in slide number 9, this will show the differences from my prior forecast. I increased my forecast to $1.76 billion, and in FY 23, $1.85 billion in FY 24, and $1.95 in FY 25. So just bumped that up quite a bit a little bit from the last meeting. And just based on predictions, I utilize some of Moody's models as well for Nevada's personal consumption forecast, which also predicts a growth rate of about 5.4% for fiscal years 24 and 25. So I built that into my model. So overall, it's about 2.8% that I've increased in FY 24, and then 1.7% in FY 25.
Thank you. Questions? Okay, Mr. Guattari?
For the record, Jason Guattari, Governor's Finance Office. Please refer to slide 12, and we'll look at inflation by level 1 components. So almost all 8 major groups are down from their 22 highs. Transportation, the second biggest CPI driver, has deflated significantly and is down from the March 22 number, which was printed at 22%. The headline inflation number for all items rounds to 5%, which is still above the Fed's target rate of 2%, but significantly improved from the 8.5% from last March. Moving to the next slide. Slide 13. This shows the main drivers of headline inflation by CPI category. The weight represents the specific group's share of the total inflation number. The lines on the left show the non-seasonally adjusted index of the CPI category dating back to 1990, with the green dot on the line representing the current month's number. So as you can see on the chart over the past year or so, the green dot is at or close to the end of the line in most categories, meaning that many of the categories indexed are still at the highest point that they've been in quite some time. However, out of the top 4 drivers, transportation and medical are down. You can see on that line that the green dot is now shifted over towards the middle of that non-seasonally adjusted time index from where it was last December near the end of the line. Transportation represents about 17% of the headline number, and medical care represents about 8%. Included in transportation are your new and used vehicles, airline fares, gas, and car insurance. Medical care includes prescription drugs, medical equipment, supplies, hospital services, medical insurance, eyeglasses, and eye care. Next, turning to slide 14, we have the monthly taxable retail sales and the over-the-year percent change from the prior year. Inflation has gradually declined from 8.9% in June of 2022 to the current rate of 5%, which is reflected in the trend on this chart from July 2022 to the current month, where growth was once 11, then 9, is now down around 8% in February. With all that in mind, sales tax continues to grow and inflation is still above 2%. However, the sales tax growth isn't looking as strong as it once did 5 months ago. Next, turning to slide 15, you can see Nevada's top 12 taxable retail sales revenue generating industries. The dashed line on the facet chart are the current taxable retail sales amounts as of February 2023. The chart's ordered from the top ranked to the 12th ranked from left to right. It's important to note that January and February typically drop off from December when holiday shopping subsides, and there's usually less visitation in the state. However, almost all 12 taxable retail sales industries are up from their pre-pandemic levels and continue on a positive trend. With that, turning to slide 16, we have my sales and use tax forecasts. After making some adjustments for inflation and considering the year-to-date actual numbers, I've revised my forecast down over the biennium. My forecasts are softer from when we met in December, but increased steadily throughout the forecast period, with collections coming in at $1.74 billion in fiscal year 23, $1.81 billion in fiscal year 24, and $1.87 billion in fiscal year 25. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Tower?
Thank you, Chair Rosenthal. Christian Tower with the Fiscal Analysis Division for the record. Forum members find more detailed information about our sales tax forecast from page 53 on in our Fiscal Analysis Division forecast package. The Fiscal Analysis Division forecasts state 2% sales tax revenues of $1.75 billion in fiscal year 2023, $1.87 billion in fiscal year 2024, and $1.95 billion in fiscal year 2025. Our May 2023 forecast for fiscal year 2023 is thus $17.7 million higher than our December 5 forecast, and it is for fiscal year 2024 $19.1 million higher, and for fiscal year 2025, $18.1 million higher. Now, the main reason for the higher forecast, and in the overall proportion, it really is a minor adjustment, even though we're talking about pretty impressive numbers. The main reason for this higher forecast is that the year-to-date actuals came in higher than expected in December. So far in fiscal year 2023, we are seeing continuing growth in taxable sales in each month when compared to the same month 1 year ago. This growth between 9 and more than 11% in the first quarter of the fiscal year, recently in the last quarter more around 8%, is stronger than our December forecast had anticipated. The revised forecast in front of you is thus due to an adjustment to the actuals in a slightly higher starting point of our forecast. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Would someone like to propose a motion?
It appears that based on the current year, we probably ought to increase ours just slightly from where we were. I'd propose we go to, not quite as high as agency, but go to fiscal. And then in the next 2 years, the estimate we previously did in December is sort of in the middle of all the rest of them. I suggest we go with our previous estimate for the 24 and 25 fiscal years. So that'd be using fiscal for the first year and our previous forecast for the next 2 years, considering that we've got some economic slowdown, at least in that period, so we wouldn't build on that first year for the next two.
Any discussion?
I agree with Jennifer Lewis, for the record. I agree with Marvin, I think, on that, because I think steady growth, but not maybe quite as exciting. It's just, that seems like what our future looks like. So I'll go ahead and second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Next up is the insurance premium tax. Ms. Scott, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. Erica Scott for the record with the Department of Taxation. My presentation for the insurance premium tax revised forecast is on slide 12. We'll show the chart that I put together that shows the difference from my prior forecast to now. This is a simplified historical model as this tax type revenue behaves very steady. However, I adjusted my last forecast upward by roughly 3.4% in fiscal year 23, 2% in fiscal year 24, and 1.9% in fiscal year 25 for a few reasons. While revisiting this model, I found that some historical figure components were incorporating the tax credits that were not, this forecast model is supposed to be prior to any tax credits. So that's some of the reason for the upward revision. And also the behavior of the revenue for this fiscal year as well. Just building that a little more into the model. If we go to slide 13. This graph gives the larger perspective of the tax type as we can see the steady growth over the years. Again, keeping in mind the forecasted red bars are before any tax credits taken, whereas the blue actual realized revenues are post-tax credits. And that would be, with my revised forecast, we are at 550 million FY23, 574 million in FY24, and 605 million in FY25. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Katari?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Michael Nakamoto for the record, before we move on to Mr. Gortari. Just for a matter of clarification, the number that Ms. Scott referred to in her insurance premium tax forecast is the Department of Taxation's portion. The reason why, when you look at Table 8, there are different numbers is because there's a portion that is collected by the insurance division of the Department of Business and Industry relating to surplus lines insurance. That would account for the difference in why you see larger numbers in the Table 8, because it's picking up that additional piece. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. For the record, Jason Gortari, Governor's Finance Office. Referring to slide 18 is my insurance premium tax forecast. The insurance premium tax is a relatively stable revenue source and is not subject to as many fluctuations as the taxes closely aligned with tourism and spending. I estimated the IPT revenue with a regression model based on households, medical CPI, and the 10-year Treasury rate. These come out of the Moody's forecast database. With medical CPI decreasing, the 10-year Treasury rate starting to soften, and with collections coming in softer than expected through the first half of the year, my forecast was revised downward slightly since when we last met. My forecast steadily increases throughout the forecast period, however, with collections coming in at $567 million in fiscal year 23, $602 million in fiscal year 24, and then $632 million in fiscal year 25. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Nakamoto?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the forum. Again, for the record, Michael Nakamoto with the Fiscal Analysis Division. The insurance premium tax forecast for fiscal is in our packet beginning on page 71. And actually what I'm going to focus on is on page 73. And if you look at table 8, actually, you're going to see that we have very minor upward revisions to our forecasts. And there is specifically one line that I will have you point to show where the changes are to our forecast. And that is in that surplus lines category, the one that I talked about with respect to the insurance division. In the December forecast, we had it at about $21.5 million. And you could see the year-to-date number on page 73 on our table of $12.9 million or just under $12.9 million. But that's only through December. So I was just curious, and I went looking in the state controller system because we can see just revenues as they come in. As of Friday afternoon, it was at $25,999.73 just for that line item. So in fact, I'm here to tell you that I've missed my forecast for the surplus lines category. But that really is the gist of the change to our forecast. Everything else that we're seeing so far with respect to those quarterly collections is holding. That is basically about 95% of the tax as insurers pay their premiums in on a quarterly basis. They have the annual renewal, which effectively trues up in a lot of instances, which is not a huge amount. But it's a steady revenue source. Mr. Gortari mentioned that, and it's something that we've talked about. People are still going to purchase insurance even in the midst of economic difficulty. They still need to insure their cars. Employers are going to pay for their health insurance if somebody is not going to the exchange and buying it for themselves. As long as there are still subsidies offered by the federal government in terms of going through like the federal exchanges and the like, people are still going to purchase insurance. It has been a stable revenue source. It will continue to remain a stable revenue source. But again, our only change to the forecast really falls in that surplus lines category, and that's just because it is stronger year to date than what we had been forecasting back in December. And I will answer any questions. Thank you.
Any questions? Do I hear a motion?
They're all pretty close. You could use our previous ones. Based on what Mr. Nakamoto just said, I would suggest we use the fiscal division for all 3 years. I make a motion to that effect.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Next on the list is the modified business tax. So similar to what we did with live entertainment, if each of the presenters could go through the 3 subcategories before we move on to the next presenter, I think that'd be a little more efficient.
Madam Chair, if I may, before we move on, Michael Nakamoto with the Fiscal Analysis Division. There are 2 additional tables under agenda item 10 within the packet that I did not mention, that I was going to specifically wait until we got to those agenda items. The first one directly deals with the modified business tax, starting on page 203 of the packet. As you'll recall from the previous meetings, there is a reduction in the rate for the MBT that occurs statutorily in FY24 due to the provisions of NRS 360.203. And so Table 1 on page on page 203 shows each of the forecasters' forecast for the modified business tax, all three components, before the rate reduction, so you can get some magnitude in terms of growth in wages and so on. And then on page 204, it translates that back into what the collections are after the rate reduction. The collections after the rate reduction are what show up on table 8 for each of the components of the MBT. But so you have some reference to look at the growth in the tax. Had there not actually been this rate reduction, we have the two tables on page 203 and 204 for that. Thank you.
That's super helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. For the record, Erica Scott with the Department of Taxation. I'll start on slide number 15. Starting with the general business sector of the modified business tax, I used the current growth model in my forecast for fiscal year 2023, and the current growth reported wages is roughly 8% when comparing quarters 1 and 2 from the prior fiscal year to quarters 1 and 2 from fiscal year 2022. This growth in wages is representative of the job growth that Mr. Schmidt had talked about earlier in his presentation. And my revised modified business tax general business revenue forecast is increased to $837 million in fiscal year 23. And for fiscal years 2024 and 2025, I incorporated the growth rates forecasted by Moody's Analytics for Nevada's real personal income and revised those forecasts for the tax accordingly, which was $857 million in fiscal year 24 and $891 million in fiscal year 25. These figures are prior to any of the rate reductions. So on slide number 16, that shows my forecast figures with the rate reduction. As Mr. Nakamoto said, it is not an indication of any less growth in income. It is just the rate reduction. So it's roughly reduced by 15% in FY24 and 25. So FY24 is $728 million and $756 million in FY25. So we are doing each sector. Okay. Sorry. So on slide number 17, that's my forecast for the modified business tax financial institutions. I similarly applied the current growth model for fiscal year 23. In this case, however, the financial sector of modified business tax has seen a slight decrease in reported wages. As we've discussed, the financial climate right now we've seen some tightening in the lending industry, so that may be we may be witnessing those lower wages reported in the financial sector due to the current financial climate. So this is assumed to be due to the tightening of the federal interest rates and the slowdown of the housing market. And so applying the current growth rate to fiscal year 23 actually reduces the forecasted revenue for the tax financial sector to $43 million. And then for fiscal year 2024 and 2025, I again applied the Moody's forecasted growth for Nevada income into my forecast model, which resulted in the modified business tax revenues for the financial sector of 45 million and 46 million respectively for fiscal years 24 and 25. And then for slide 18, that shows once we apply the tax rate decrease again, which decreases the forecast for fiscal years 2024 to 37.84 million and 39.19 million in fiscal year 25. And moving on to slide 19 is the modified business tax mining sector. I once again applied the current growth model for fiscal year 23, which has seen an increase greater than expected from my last forecast. It increased from 22 million, which was my last forecast, to 24 million, with the additional quarters of data incorporated into my model. For fiscal years 2024 and 25, I utilized the Moody's Analytics forecasted growth for employment in Nevada's natural resources and mining sector, which resulted in a forecasted revenue of 23 million and 24 million, respectively. So then on slide 20, again, we apply the rate reduction, and that brings the revenue for FY24 down to 19 million and FY25 to 20 million. So these forecasts didn't drastically change from my prior estimates, but mainly FY23 had the largest difference. And on slide 21, this just shows my overall forecast for modified business tax revenues. So in FY23, my forecast increased to 905 million, and then in FY24, 785 million, and FY25, 816 million. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Kotori.
Madam Chair. Thank you. For the record, Jason Gortari from the Governor's Finance Office. Please refer to my forecast for general business employment or the non-financial, which starts on slide 20. My outlook is based on the most up-to-date employment statistics. My forecast shows steady increases in employment throughout the forecast period, but not quite as strong as we saw last year. Nevada has surpassed its pre-pandemic job peak and continues to add jobs. With data as of March 23, we're up about 79,000 jobs from the pre-pandemic peak. There's been some announcements which are encouraging. Redwood Materials plans to add a couple hundred jobs during the forecast period. Also, Tesla announced that they're going to expand their Gigafactory. While their 3,000 team members they're estimating might not hit during the forecast period, I think a lot of indirect jobs will be created to expand the factory and construction and some trades. Next, turning to slide 21, this slide shows national wage growth data from the Atlanta Federal Reserve, which is constructed using microdata from the current population survey. This is national data. And overall, wages are cooling from the peak that we realized in August of 22. August of 22 is that high point you see on the chart in near the right side. Wages were up 6.7% over the year in August of 2022. Since then, they've gradually cooled to a low of 6.1% in February, and then ticked up slightly in March when the feds indicated that they might not raise rates again. This data is consistent with the Federal Reserve raising interest rates to cool the economy and reduce inflation. This policy appears to be affecting most workers, especially in technology and real estate. Nationally, you've seen some of the big layoffs at Meta, Amazon, Google, Redbox, and a variety of others. Reducing wage growth is a key aim for the central bank because high labor costs have contributed to high growth in consumer goods and services. So using this as a signal and carrying it forward, I reduced my MBT general business revenue estimates in each fiscal year from my previous estimates presented in November. And then with that, on slide 22, I have my modified business tax general business revenue forecasts. The red bars represent the revenue forecast after the MBT rate buy down. Under the old rates, my estimates steadily increased throughout the forecast period, starting with $820.3 million in fiscal year 23. And then after accounting for the MBT rate buy down, the fiscal year 24 and 25 amounts will be $721.2 million and $755.1 million, respectively, as seen on the red bars in this chart, or about $130 million less than they would be under the old rates. Next, moving to my modified business financial institutions employment forecast, which starts on slide 24. Employment through March 23 shows that the financial employment industry is up 100 jobs, seasonally adjusted over the year. This is using the current employment statistics survey. However, the residential and commercial real estate is experiencing some slowdowns and will likely reduce employment during the forecast period. There's also been some notable layoffs in the financial activity sector in fiscal year 23. The Worker Adjustment and Retaining Notification Act, or also known as WARN Acts, requires employers with 100 or more full-time workers to provide 60 days of notice of a layoff of 50 or more workers to that state's employment department. This allows the state employment department to properly prep for issuing unemployment insurance claims. Dieter's April 2023 WARN notice indicates that Aspiration, a financial technology company in Reno, lay off 184 employees on May 26 of 2023. Earlier this year in October of 2022, Clear Capital laid off 300 employees in Reno, and then Paranoma Mortgage Group laid off 50 employees in Las Vegas in November. Using this as a signal and carrying it forward, I reduced my financial employment forecast over the period. With Clear Capital, there was some initial thought that those 300 employees might be brought back on and move into the old Harris building in downtown Reno on what they're calling the Reno City Center, but last month they announced that they will no longer be moving in to that that spot, assuming that they will be still laid off. Next, slide 25. This chart shows the mortgage application index and the 30-year fixed mortgage rate, providing a snapshot view of consumer demand for loans. As rates go up, the purchase of mortgage applications go down. As rates have hovered around the 6.5% mark in fiscal year 23, as of April 20th, they're down 52% over the same time last year when rates were around 5.1%. This is important for MBT financial revenue because with mortgage purchases, there's commissions on those sales, and if there's slower or less purchases, there's less need for staff in the financial activity sector, especially in a market where refinancing doesn't make much sense. Page 26 then summarizes my financial collection revenue forecast for MBT. The red bars represent the revenue forecast after the MBT rate buy down. I made a downward revision to budget's estimates after considering Dieter's WARN notices in the financial activity sector, the significant decrease in U.S. mortgage applications, and softer than expected year-to-date collections through the first half of the year, which were about $19.8 million. Under the old rates, my estimates moderately increased throughout the forecast period, starting with $37.1 million in fiscal year 23. And then after accounting for the MBT rate buy down, the fiscal year 24 and 25 amounts will be roughly 33.7 and 34.4 million respectively. Seen in the red bars are about 6.5 million less than what they would have been in each fiscal year under the old rates. Moving on to modified business tax for mining. My mining employment forecast starts on slide 28. Employment in the mining sector tends to follow the trend of gold prices, which are currently hovering near an all-time high. In March 2023, they were about $1,900. The mining industry's average weekly wages are the highest in the state, at about $2,700 per week, and employment is expected to remain relatively stable in this industry over the forecast period. However, Dieter's warn notices indicate that there will be a mine closure on May 19th in 2023 in Elko County, impacting 218 employees. This is the Jarrett Canyon Gold Mine. Next, page 29 summarizes my MBT mining collections forecast. The red bars represent the revenue forecast after the MBT rate buy-down. With wages in general softening and the upcoming mine closure, I reduced my revenue estimate slightly down in each fiscal year of the biennium. Under the old rates, my estimates moderately increase throughout the forecast period, starting with $21.4 million in fiscal year 23. And then after accounting for the MBT rate buydowns, the amounts will be $18.5 million in 24 and $18.9 million in 25, seen in the red bars, or about $3.5 million less in each fiscal year. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Powers?
Thank you, Chair. For the record, Susanna Powers, Deputy Fiscal Analyst with the Fiscal Analysis Division. The Fiscal Division's Modified Business Tax Forecast starts on page 79 of our packet. Table 1 on that page is just a summary page for collections by MPT type, so I'm going to just move on to the next table. This is Table 2A on page 84. It has information about variables that drive our forecast. For non-financial or general business, we forecast the major sectors that are subject to MPT non-financial separately, and then we roll them up. Compared to our December forecast, there was an upward revision to non-financial MPT forecast that resulted from the following. The annual employment benchmark conducted by the Bureau of Labor Statistics in March revised last year's employment levels higher than what the data had previously indicated. Then the Bureau of Economic Analysis, BEA, released 2 additional quarters of wage data that were higher than what we had predicted in our December forecast. And our wage and salary forecast otherwise did not go through any changes in assumptions. So the changes were limited to either additional data or revisions to previously available data. Then the next table, Table 2B, on page 85 of our packet, displays our forecast process. So we take our forecast, what we would expect to see for Bureau of Economic Analysis, the BEA data, and then we estimate the wages that would be subject to the tax. Deduct the estimate of eligible healthcare deductions to get the taxable wages, and then derive the estimated quarterly collections, tax collections. So then in our next chart, it's a nice summary that kind of shows our MPT non-financial collections forecast, accounting for the tax rate reduction in fiscal 24. So in fiscal 23, estimated collections are $842.1 million. Then in fiscal 24, they are $748.4 million, and in fiscal 25, collections are estimated to be $782.4 million. So then that is for the NFI. So we're going to move on to MPT Financial. I'm going to be picking up from Table 3A on page 89 of our packet. So MPT Financial is a little tricky, especially right now, because if you take the sector, the financial services sector, and when we look at the wage data and the employment data, it actually includes subsectors that are not subject to the MPT finance tax rate. So we have to make some adjustments to that. And now, given all the uncertainty and problems we have seen in the banking sector, that particular gauging is even more so complicated. So I just wanted to mention that before I go through and the revisions. Okay, so we are in Table 3A. Compared to our December forecast, a downward revision to our finance MPT forecast resulted from the weaker than expected wage and employment data. But in retrospect, it is not entirely surprising given how the financial sector has been impacted by the higher interest rates. In our next table, Table 3B, in compared to December, we expected softening in the financial sector already. And now we have revised our forecast to account for the most recent data available, including 2 additional quarter of tax collections, which came lower than initially expected. So our revisions were driven by getting some additional data, and there were no changes to our assumptions in this forecast. This table also does display our MPT financial forecast process. It's the same as how I described it. It is for the non-financial. So we get the wages, then we estimate what is the share of wages that is subject to the tax, deduct the eligible healthcare deductions, and we get to the quarterly tax collections. So then finally in chart 1, I display the forecast. In fiscal 23, 43.6 million, fiscal 24, 40.3 million, and fiscal 25, 42.1 million. In fiscal 24, we're factoring in that we're going to have a lower tax rate. So then the last one is MPT mining. And that one will start from Table 4A on page 93 of our packet. So it has the same information compared to, looks like the same set of information for MPT mining. Compared to our December forecast, there was a slight upward revision to MPT mining forecast that came from slightly better than expected wage and employment data, including 2 additional tax collections for 2 quarters. And those came in slightly higher than initially expected. Our forecast assumes somewhat of a steady state in this industry. Even though the coal prices are at record high, the employment has remained somewhat stable, most likely a result of gained efficiencies from certain mergers. In our next table for B on page 94 is again our MPT mining forecast process, which is the same as the 2 previous ones. And finally on chart 1 is a summary of our forecast for fiscal 23. The estimate is 22.8 million. For fiscal 24, it's 19.6 million. And in fiscal 25, it's 20 million. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Powers. Any questions? Would someone like to pose a motion? Let's start with non-financial MBT first.
It appears that everyone is on this one is proposing an increase over what we had previously done the previous time. And I'm a little bit reluctant to go quite as high as fiscal, given the fact that we are dealing with going into what's going to be at least not a downturn, but at least not so much growth in the economy. So I'd make a motion that we accept agency for the 3 fiscal years.
I'll concur with that and I'll second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Next, we'll move to the financial MBT. Any discussion or can I entertain a motion?
I'll make a motion to accept agency for the 3 years reserved in between.
Any discussion or do I hear a second?
Make a second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, that motion carries. And then the MBT mining tax.
On the mining, I'll make a motion that we use the form estimate that we previously did for all 3 years. It's fairly close to everything else.
I'm happy to second that motion. That was where I was thinking as well.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
All opposed? Nope. Thank you all. The next tax is the real property transfer tax. Again, Ms. Scott, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. Erica Scott for the record with the Nevada Department of Taxation. I'll begin with slide 23. That is, again, that chart that shows the highs and lows of the revenues coming in on this quarterly tax. So given the current banking industry climate and the housing market tightening, this particular tax for me was troublesome to forecast, as I'm sure all the other forecasters feel similarly. I applied and removed many factors into this model, but I'm happy with the model I'm presenting today. I've provided this color-coded table again for the real property transfer tax revenues compared with prior quarters back to fiscal year 2019. And we can see those highest revenue quarters occurring in 2022, but the direction began to change with first quarter 2023 when the interest rates began to rise. Quarter 2 of fiscal year 2023 saw the lowest revenues since the pandemic in 2020 and was down almost 46% from the prior year quarter 2 revenues in fiscal year 2022. With the rising mortgage rates, the demand for home purchasing has drastically decreased and prices of homes are coming down, resulting in declining revenues in this tax type. On slide number 24, this shows my forecast chart, and my approach to this forecast model incorporated Moody's Analytics forecasts for the number of Nevada home sales and the forecast of the Nevada median home price. Statute 375, NRS 375.090 acknowledges there are exemptions of this tax type. There's 14 scenarios of exemption. A few examples of this are due to property transfers from relative to a first lineage relative, transfer due to divorce, decree, or certain transfers from one joint tenant to another. So we have to factor that in as well for the exemptions. According to the Nevada Department of Taxation's Local Government Services Division, we publish these figures for the real property transfer tax reports on our website. And going back 5 years worth of data to 2019, these exemptions make up around 37.37%. So I factored that into the model as well. And in addition, I applied the tax structure, which is not as straightforward as some of the other types. It's $1.95 for each $500 of the selling price of the home. So spending a little time with this model, a bit more than my prior forecast, I came out with $113 million for fiscal year 2023, $120 million for fiscal year 2024, and $121 million in fiscal year 2025. These forecasts also display the assumption that the housing market will stabilize towards the end of fiscal year 23 and into fiscal year 24, so long as nothing else drastic occurs. So moving on to slide 25, this is my summary of the real property transfer tax revenues. In summary, this revenue within fiscal year 2023 is evident that the that we'd finish out the fiscal year 2023 with a negative 36.2% growth rate from coming off of the record fiscal year 2022. And then in fiscal year 2024 and 2025, my forecast is for the revenues to stabilize at 120 million and 121 million, respectively, as I said prior. So even though compared with fiscal years 2021 and 2022, these revenues are much less, the forecast is still above revenues seen in prior years in 2020 and 2019 for this tax type. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Linda Rosenthal, for the record, just forgive me if I missed this, but did you give an indication, or could you give an indication of if there's an assumption on, I mean, I know you said it kind of obviously weaker this year and then stabilizing, but any detail on the assumption for interest rates themselves and the trend in rates that is driving this, or does the model not drive off that?
Yes, Erica Scott, for the record. I am assuming the federal interest rate will be rising and mortgage rates will go up. However, the pricing of homes comes down, the number of sales, after these prices start to come down, we would see some of that kind of stabilize. I don't foresee it being a drastic all at once effort. So that's the assumption for my forecast.
So I understand it's a combination of the two, but for the rate piece, so it rises and then stabilizes, or?
Correct. Stabilizing into fiscal year 2024 and 2025.
Thank you.
Hi, Vincent Zahn for the record. I believe last meeting someone was able to provide, I think it was you, Mr. Nakamoto, the more recent data in this category of tax collection, because this actual only extends through December. Do we have that information available today?
Michael Nakamoto, for the record, no. The most recent data that we have for this tax right now is through the second quarter. We do not have significant collections reported yet for the third quarter.
Great, thank you. Mr. Kotari?
Thank you, Chair Rosenthal. For the record, Jason Gortari for the Governor's Finance Office. I'll now discuss my real property transfer tax and some of the variables that go into my model. First, starting on slide 31, is a time series of single-family permits in Nevada. In 2022, single-family permits slid down to 2014 lows due to a lack of builder confidence. However, March's data shows an improvement with 1,200 permits, putting us on par with 2021 averages. This recent increase was driven by Las Vegas builders who added 500 in January, 700 in February, and then picked up most of the pace for this March number at about 1,000. Next, slide 32 provides some historical context on single-family permits and total permits in Nevada on a calendar year basis. Looking at 2022 on the chart on the right, we had fewer single-family permits in Nevada in 2018. However, if you look at total permits on the left, we picked up a decent amount of multifamily units, putting last year's total units to the second most we've had in a decade. So we're starting to build a lot more multifamily units in comparison to single-family homes. Next, slide 33 provides a forecast of single-family permits in the state. Housing permits should see a dip in fiscal year 23, the dip that we're already seeing, and then pick up again in fiscal year 25, assuming mortgage rates continue to improve in those years. Next, slide 34 shows Nevada's historical 12-month percent change in the housing price index using data from Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae. As of February 2023, we're sitting at a 6% decline. Home prices have held up a bit better than expected, as average median prices in March 2023 in the Reno-Sparks area were $528,000, down 8% from last year. In Las Vegas, the average median price is about $425,000, down 6.5% from last year. Unfortunately, higher prices coupled with higher mortgage rates have made sales extremely challenging over the past 12 months due to affordability. Slide 35 provides some historical context on the U.S. average 30-year fixed mortgage rates. In October of 22, the 30-year fixed mortgage rate reached the highest rate in 20 years. The last time the rate was higher was in March of 2002. From October to now, the rates hovered around 6%, which has kept housing unaffordable to many. According to the Federal Housing Finance Agency, 2 out of every 3 mortgages for new purchases or prior purchases on homes were under 4%. So in a 6% market, people already existing in the housing market, it doesn't make much sense for them to trade in their 4% rate for a 6% rate if they want to upgrade and do a new home. For a new buyer, a $500,000 house with roughly a 6.5% mortgage rate would cost them about $3,200 a month in a mortgage payment. This is almost double the average rent price in the state, and is unaffordable for many new buyers. As one of the prior presenters had mentioned, I believe it was Mr. Schmidt, that you'd need a $100,000 income to just tap into that. And that doesn't include the HOA fees that almost all new multifamily complexes include in their purchase, or the single-family neighborhoods. Slide 36 and 37 show a projection with 2 different visualizations of existing home sales in Nevada on a fiscal year basis. The forecast assumes existing home sales to decline in the first year of the forecast period due to the impact of the relatively high 30-year fixed mortgage rates, and then are expected to improve in the last 2 years with the expectation that mortgage rates will continue to improve. Next, please turn to slide 38. The following 3 tables show the real property transfer tax and how the revenue has performed over the year. First, if we look at the 12-month % change in revenue growth over the reporting period in Clark County, this is reported on a calendar year basis, displayed in the chart. Also, Clark County makes quarterly payments, and that's why you see a March, June, September, and December month in the table. The lighter the green, the more significant the decline, the darker the green, the larger the increase. And the coloring scheme works vertically, so a dark green would be the highest in that month all time. As you can see, we had the largest increases on record in Clark County in Q2, Q3, and Q4 of calendar year 2021 by a large margin, and then in the first quarter of 2022. Come June 22, revenue growth is starting to slow and decline significantly, start to decrease to close out the year, right around when mortgage rates start to take off and bump up to that 5 to 7%, and then back down to the 6s. But if you look at that second quarter, in calendar year 22, mortgage rates were around 5.1 to 5.7 during that time, and we're still seeing positive revenue growth at a higher house price, average house price in the state. Next, please turn to slide 39, which is the same table but for Washoe, and Washoe reports their revenues on a monthly basis, and that's why you see the full calendar spread. Same story goes for Washoe, record-setting increases in 2021. In 22, things start to slow down a bit. Revenue declines hit Washoe a bit earlier than Clark and have declined in 10 of the last 11 months. Using Washoe as an early indicator for Clark, one could assume a sizable decline in Clark in the first quarter of 23. You see in January there's negative 30% decline, and then in February a negative 60% decline. Next, slide 40 shows Clark's and Washou's real property transfer tax totals and their total share of the state's total. This is on a fiscal year basis on what we've collected over the past 10 or so years. Throughout the history of this tax, Clark and Washoe have consistently accounted for about 90% of the statewide total number, so they pretty much drive this tax revenue gross. With 4 months of collection to go for Washoe, 2 quarters for Clark, and 3 or 4 months left for the rest of the counties in the state, it's looking like we'll land somewhere pretty close to what we collected in 2018 this fiscal year, given the year-to-date amounts and current economic climate. Moving to the next slide, this is just a time series of collections in the state. For the metros, Clark, Carson, and Washoe. And as you can see, all 3 have a pretty significant decline. Washoe and Clark's being a little bit more significant than Carson's. And then if you look at the middle chart for Clark County, revenues have kind of tapped out where we were in the 2018, 2017, 2019 period. So if they were to hold, I think that'll bring us close to that 2018 number, as Clark accounts for about 70%, 75% of total state revenues for this tax. Finally, looking at slide 42, after carefully reviewing my assumptions and the information we have to date, I revised budget's real property transfer revenue forecast down from when we last met. Forecasted collections to come in at $107.7 million for fiscal year 23, and I have revenues picking up slightly in fiscal year 24 and 25 at $110.5 million and $114.4 million, respectively. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Nakamoto?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the forum. Again, for the record, Michael Nakamoto with the Fiscal Analysis Division. Fiscal's forecast for the real property transfer tax begins on page 107 of the fiscal packet. To give a little further information to the question that Mr. Zahn asked a few minutes ago, normally because the tax is, for many of the counties, is or for all 17 counties, let me back up. The tax is collected at the county level by the county recorder. They then remit the proceeds for the state general fund portion to the state, and then we see it in the controller system, and then eventually it's reported by the Department of Taxation. So most of the counties remit the tax collections on a quarterly basis, including Clark. Some of them, particularly Washoe, collect and remit it on a monthly basis to the state. So as we are sitting right now, we have full quarter collections for 13 of the 17 counties. The problem, though, is 2 of the counties that we are missing are the entire quarter of Clark and the 3rd month of Washoe. So we really don't have a lot of good information as to what we have for the 3rd quarter right now. All we have is news reports, kind of looking at where the industry is at right now, looking at things like where prices are, where interest rates are, where sales are, and so forth. So Fiscal's forecast is on page 108, and we were the lowest forecast at the December meeting, and we lowered the bar on this even further. We have decreased our forecast by approximately $10.1 million in FY23, by about $8.3 million in FY24, and about $7.8 million in FY25. And basically, if I'm going to be 100% honest about where we were, is the RPTT, I mean, to oversimplify it, because you've got non-residential, residential, and all of these different real property transactions that make up the tax, it basically comes down to price times quantity. And so when I sat here and gave you our forecast back in December, I think we were looking at home prices falling a lot faster than they would, or than they actually did. And there has been a little less decrease in prices than I personally had anticipated. So great, the home price is held up a little higher. The other side of that, though, is the quantity. And so in the when you look at page 108, you can see our total statewide residential property sales, and these are extracts that we get from the Redfin website. They track real estate sales in Nevada, and this is their total statewide residential property sales. So it's picking up single-family co-ops, condos, and that sort of thing. For the back in December, we had the fourth quarter of 2022, so the second quarter of FY22, at 10,197 sales as our forecast. The actual was 8,588. You can go down to the third quarter of FY23, so that's 2023 first quarter on the sheet there. And that's the only number in that row that is not highlighted yellow. That's because Redfin has reported through March. That 9,088 is actual sales that they report through the first 3 months of this calendar year. We had it at 10,174. So we have missed the mark on that. Why that has happened, interest rates, they're high. They're not as high as we thought they would be. I think when we were looking at Moody's forecast back in November of interest rates, they had it going over 7% and staying above 7% for several months before falling back down to the low sixes, high fives. And if you go remember back to Mr. Gortari's month by month interest rate, the actuals, there was only 1 month where it actually stayed above 7% and it fell back down. So the interest rates didn't get that high. But they're high enough, I think, that it's depressing the demand. Or it's depressing the demand. But what I think is happening more is that there's a constrained supply. And that's been a problem in the Nevada real estate market for a while. You have a bunch of people who are buying houses that are probably still more expensive than they can afford, and that's been a discussion point among several of the people giving presentations today, along with the anecdotal information that we're receiving about home builders who are simply stopping at this point because they have supply that they just cannot get rid of as quickly as they'd like. And so they'll start building again. They just need to get rid of the supply that they have, and they're not really selling as quickly as they'd like. So I think with keeping those in mind, it's going to cause some further decreases in the market, at least through the end of calendar year 24. And then when you finally get interest rates stabilizing around 5.7, 5.8%, I think is where Moody's has the forecast for the 30-year interest rate at the beginning of FY24 and getting into calendar year 25, then you start seeing some recovery in the market. Not to any great extent, but the end result is that we have reduced our forecast by those amounts. So to a decrease of 36.7% in FY23 to 112.5 million, minus 13.7%. In FY24 to 97.1 million, and then an increase in FY25 of 17% to 113.5 million. So to levels that we were seeing of this tax going back pre-pandemic, kind of bouncing around to that level. So Madam Chair, members of the forum, I'd be glad to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Definitely don't want to make any comment, but the tax is probably the most volatile of all. We have the least information about what actual collections are. So it's an interesting dilemma there, isn't it?
I mean, I think, there's not much more to say about the volatility. We're obviously a lot more optimistic in December than we are now. If it's acceptable, I'd go ahead and make a motion, maybe to take budget for the fiscal 2023. And then I'm maybe a little more optimistic and would take budget for 2024 and 2025. And that would be my motion. Yeah, budget all across.
Sorry, I said I agree. I think taking a conservative approach and stance, given all the headwinds to housing, is prudent. So would agree with that.
And I think, yeah.
Any further discussion, or do I have a second?
I'll second that.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries. I know it's getting late. It's 1:10, but if we could just power through this last tax and then the minor fund revenues, I think then we can take a nice break while the staff puts the numbers in the schedules for the report. So if you can just bear with us for, I don't know, 15 more minutes or so, if that's okay, unless somebody needs a break. Okay, let's go. Let's roll. Okay, so the last major general fund revenue source we're going to review is the commerce tax. So Mr. Nakamoto.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the forum. Again, for the record, Michael Nakamoto with the Fiscal Analysis Division for the record. The last tables that I have not referred to yet in the packet for Agenda Item 10 can be found starting on page 205, and this specifically relates to the commerce tax. And so there are a set of 5 tables that are actually included in this particular item for the commerce tax. The first 3 deal with the tax itself, and then the last 2 tables deal with the commerce tax credit that can be taken against the modified business tax, which are relevant for this particular agenda item. So under Table 1 on page 205, this is basically looking at the fiscal year activity period. So the tax as it occurs, irrespective of when the proceeds are remitted, it's the tax based on the activity period within that taxable year. And so we presented you a scenario or a series of scenarios back in December. And basically what we're going to look at is that FY22 number that is on this table at $281,074,000. Back in December, we had that number as an estimate for FY22 of $283,913,000. So it's about $2.9 million higher. And the reason why we've reduced this is we anticipate, and as we've observed this tax since it was put in place back in the 2015 session and was first collected back in FY 2016, that most of the taxpayers pay on time. But for whatever reason, there are some taxpayers who pay late. And I'm not going to get into any of the reasons why, it just happens. So we had an expectation that there would be some amount that would come in later. But as we've looked at the tax, based on the information we've gotten from the Department of Taxation through the first 2 quarters of FY23, those collections, those late collections, are not as high as we thought. So the end result is we've pulled that amount down, and that's kind of the base where we start the forecast here. But what we have done is we kind of have looked at Moody's forecast growth for Nevada gross state product. And that's that first column there under commerce tax, Moody's forecast growth. So you can see that they've got growth of 9% in FY23, 5.9% in FY24, and 6% in FY25. So if we were to actually go back to what the December forecast was for Moody's gross state product, it was only 6.3% in FY23 through the first quarter at that point. So now we're through 2 quarters and we've gone up to 9%. So as this is a consensus forecast, we looked at it at fiscal, and we had discussions with the Department of Taxation and GFO, and we felt comfortable going in and having a little higher increase in the fiscal year activity collections for FY23. So if you go and actually look at that far right, the consensus estimate, you can see the growth rates there. We have 8% growth in FY23, and then 6.5% in FY24, and 5.5% in FY25. The only difference in the growth rates there is in FY23, which was previously at 7%, and that's to account for that higher than expected gross state product. The end result there is because you're starting from a lower base, you're growing it by a high amount, it really doesn't result in a fundamental change to where the actual fiscal year activity collections are. So then if you turn to the next page, page 2, this is basically, or table 2 on page 206. This takes those the activity period collections and kind of translates them back to putting them where the revenue was actually collected. And so those forecast growth estimates that we have in terms of the activity period, when you turn it back to the accounting period, turns into forecast growth for the commerce tax of 6.9%, and this is in that far right column, 6.9% for FY23, 6.6% in FY24, and 5.6% in FY25. And that was a very fancy and long-winded way of me telling you that the net change to the forecast is a reduction of $489,000 in FY23, a reduction of $240,000 in FY24, and a reduction of $254,000 in FY25. And that's just because you have a lower base that's growing higher. It basically gets you more or less back to the same point that we were. But other than that, we didn't see any reason for any significant revisions to the forecast, other than we just kind of looked at where we were and applied some different thoughts to it, and that's basically where we landed. Before I get to the commerce tax credits, I'll stop and see if there are any questions about that portion.
Please proceed.
So on page 208 of the forecast packet, or the forums packet, are tables 1 and 2, and this deals with the commerce tax and the credits against the MBT. And so basically, those yellow highlighted boxes at the top right corner are those amounts that we just talked about on table 1, that is the economic activity based on the fiscal year. And so we go through all of these calculations to basically map those back to the taxable year and all of that, because basically what happens is for the commerce tax credit, you are allowed to take a credit of up to 50% of the commerce tax credit you pay against your MBT liability in the next fiscal year. What we have found, though, is if you go down and look at the bottom of table 1, when you start doing the mathematics, you don't quite get to that point. So, and especially as you're looking at the forecast for FY23, 24, and 25, where we had have a percentage right now of 19.5% in Table 1 of commerce tax as a credit against the commerce tax based on the current MBT fiscal year activity period in that current fiscal year. So it's somebody in FY22 using that in FY23. This was previously at 18% when we presented to you back in December. However, through 2 quarters of the fiscal year, we have found that the amount of credits that has been used has been higher than we anticipated. The table for the entire fiscal year for FY23, we had at $49.1 million that would be used of the 22 credits in FY23. Through the second quarter, we're at $48.4 million year to date. So what normally happens is they drop off. The majority of the credits, and it's the vast majority, get used in the first 2 fiscal years. Regardless, there's the gap is more than $700,000. So As we looked at it, we thought it prudent to increase that percentage from 18% to the 19.5% that you see here, just to show that there are more credits being used and we're carrying that through the forecast horizon. So when we take that amount in Table 1 and translate it back into Table 2, and that is people having late returns, they do amended returns for previous fiscal years, and so they may have had credits from previous years that they can now use because they were eligible to have used it in a previous year, and so now they're applying it. Basically, it results in the forecast that you see at the bottom of Table 2 in FY23 of $54,383,000. In FY24 of $59,037,000, and in FY25 of $62,949,000. And if you'll bear with me to go to Table 8, those are an increase in the amount of commerce tax credits that are forecast of approximately $3.7 million in FY23 and approximately $4.5 million in FY24 and approximately $4.9 million in FY25. And because we are increasing the credits, it actually shows up as a negative here because it will decrease the amount of net revenue. Every additional dollar of credits that is taken against a tax is one less dollar that can be spent by the state. So with that, Madam Chair, members of the forum, I'd be glad to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll make a motion that we approve the commerce tax revenue and the credits as they've been presented to us.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second the motion, please.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. The next agenda item number 11, is the review and approval of forecast of minor general fund revenues and tax credits for fiscal year 23, 24, and 25, approved by the Technical Advisory Committee on Future State Revenues at its April 21st, 2023 meeting. Mr. Nakamoto?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the forum, again, for the record, Michael Nakamoto with the Fiscal Analysis Division. For bearing on the packet for agenda item 11, there are 3 tables that are contained. Table 5 contains a summary of what we call the major minor revenues by forecaster for each of those selected revenues, as well as the forecast that the Technical Advisory Committee approved at its meeting, as the chair mentioned, on April 21st. Table 6 shows the complete forecast, and that's what I'm going to focus on when we get into this particular agenda item. But first I'll talk about Table 7, which just kind of lays out what some of those major minors are, the actual collections for each of those revenue sources for FY22, as well as the forecast going forward for FY23, 24, and 25, as well as the biennial totals for each of the 2 biennia for which we're discussing. But again, I'm going to focus on Table 6 of the packet, or of this agenda item, which begins on page 211 of the fiscal packet. So this is the forecast that was approved by the Technical Advisory Committee at its meeting on April 21st. And so they are the ones who are responsible for reviewing and approving the forecasts for everything else on the sheet that is not approved at this meeting today. And so this is the forecast that they have approved that is being presented for your consideration today. I do not plan on going through every item here because I think you would like to eat lunch and we would like to get these tables done. However, I am going to go through some of the highlights just to get some bearing of some of the items for discussion here. We do have, for reference, Mr. Lawton should still be behind me for questions on the gaming taxes. For some of the others, the Secretary of State does have somebody available via Zoom, as well as representatives from the Treasurer's Office who will be able to answer questions when we get to interest income and unclaimed property. First, I'll start with mining tax. And the big revision that you might note here is the net proceeds of minerals tax. And so when the forum met on December 5th, this was at around $71.7 million, and all of a sudden it is on the sheet at $1.4 million. And this is as a result of legislative action that was approved very late in February or into early March. Senate Bill 126 was approved by the legislature and signed by Governor Lombardo. And basically what that did is back in one of the special sessions during the pandemic, I believe it was the 31st special session, the legislature approved legislation that would require mining companies to prepay the general fund portion of the tax for FY21, 22, and 23, with those provisions to turn off in FY24. As you'll note, however, the forecast for the Technical Advisory Committee and for your consideration in FY24 is 0. And that was as a result of separate legislation passed during the 2021 session that requires the proceeds from that tax to be deposited in the state education fund instead of the state general fund. So when you take those two taxes together, or those two actions together, having the prepayment of the net proceeds of minerals tax end in FY24, along with moving it to the state general fund, or from the state general fund to the state education fund in FY24, meant that there would be no revenue from this tax dedicated to the state education fund in FY24. Therefore, the legislature decided to end the prepayment a year early, so the mining companies, when they were required to make their payment on March 1st, were no longer required to. They will pay that calendar year 2023 activity based on their actual activity in FY24, and it will go to the state education fund. Therefore, the forecast has been reduced by $70.3 million, and basically what you see there is what you'll get, and this is, under current law, the last revenue from this revenue source that will go to the state general fund, because it'll go to the state education fund after that. For the mining gross revenue tax, gold and silver, GL 3074, the $67.2 million that you'll see there is approximately $9.8 million lower than the December forecast, and that's just based on information that the Department of Taxation has received with respect to the filing. People are actually filing returns, so we're seeing the revenues and we're seeing what the activity was. It turns out that mining activity is actually decreased. It was lower than we forecast. Even though the gold price is high, there has not been as much production as we forecast. The end result is this negative, it's a downward revision to the forecast in the amount of about $9.8 million. With respect to the gaming taxes, the consensus forecast that was presented to the Economic Forum was based on the forecasts that were provided to our office by Mr. Lawton from the Gaming Control Board. He has information, he looks at all of this, so we reviewed it, we asked a few questions, and basically we were comfortable with going with his forecasts, and that was what was presented to the TAC and what they approved. Probably the most significant thing of note there is the advanced license fees, which is GL 3046, the $56,000 that is an actual, or the forecast for FY23. Mr. Lawton told me that that's probably the lowest that has been in 30 years, and that's just basically there haven't been a lot of new licensees, or even some of the where there have been sales of properties. They've been considering them as continuing operations rather than having them get a new license. This is the fee that is paid to essentially to prime the percentage fee. So they have to pay a fee equal to the first, or 3 times their first month's operations so they can get the percentage fees primed. But that is just not happening this year. When we get to 24, we have some of the major properties like Fontainebleau and the like opening, and then we come back to what is considered to be the normal in FY25. So that's kind of where the gaming taxes are. In that block there, it's a downward revision of approximately $719,000 in FY23, an upward revision of about $1.5 million in FY24, and a downward revision of about $192,000 in FY25. With respect to the transportation connection excise tax, GL 3073, otherwise known as the Uber or Lyft tax. This is one where the actual collections year to date have been stronger, primarily due to the stronger than anticipated visitor volume in Las Vegas. And I think the forecasters saw that going through the horizon. So the forecast is revised upward by about $2.3 million in FY23, by about $1.9 million in FY24, and by about $1.2 million in FY25. Cigarette tax, the last one on this page, this actually had one of the bigger downward revisions of all of the forecasts that in this table today. It was about $9.3 million of a downward revision in FY23, about $8.4 million in FY24, and about $8.3 million in FY25. And simply put, people are smoking less. There are fewer packs that are being or the stamps that go on the packs, there are fewer of those being sold right now year to date, and it seems to be a shift in this tax, further proving the fact that people are just simply smoking less than they were 5-10 years ago, or even possibly last year. So that's just kind of the attitudes are changing towards that particular habit and that particular tax. So turning to page 3 of Table 6. We'll skip page 2 because it's blank, because it's all the modified business tax. The only things I think that are worth noting on here are under other taxes. So GL 3113, the business license fee, that had negative reductions of about $1.3 million in FY23, about $1.4 million in FY24, and about $2.6 million in FY25. And this is just seeing the year-to-date filings for corporations and other entities who are required to obtain a state business license that are just down year-to-date, and we just don't see that recovering nearly as quickly as we'd like. Liquor tax and other tobacco tax, GL 3050 and GL 3053, are also revised downward. And this is just the year-to-date collections on these are not where we thought they'd be, so we're thinking that there's some softening of both of those. With the other tobacco tax, this may have to do with some changing attitudes as well about tobacco. This is picking up e-cigarettes and vapor products as well, and so they're some of the things that I've seen have suggested that people may even be shifting away from those as well for possible health concerns. There is the argument that those products are safer than cigarettes, but as there's still, I think, debate out there as to whether they are truly safe. And so I think we're seeing that in the collections right now. I think with tax credits, we can wait until the end unless you would like to go through those now. Otherwise, I think I can stop at this point and see if there are any questions about the taxes before we move on.
Linda Rosenthal, for the record, just one question to refresh my memory. The marijuana tax obviously isn't part of this. Does that go to the education fund?
Madam Chair, Michael Nakamoto, for the record, that is correct. There's the two components of the marijuana tax or the cannabis taxes. There's the 10% retail tax, which directly goes to the state education fund. And then there's the 15% wholesale tax. That was the one that was approved by the voters back in the ballot question back in November of 2016. There's a portion of that is used to fund the budget of the Cannabis Compliance Board, and then there's an allocation to local governments for their enforcement costs. Then the remainder after that goes to the state education fund. So it's outside of the purview of this body for their forecasts.
And then, other than the major change to the mining tax that you walked us through, any other big changes that have come out so far of this legislative session that would affect the general fund revenues or the miners even?
There's one other item that I would talk about, but I'll talk about that when we get to the tax credit.
Great, thank you. So, should we call for a recess? Nope.
No. Nope. I want to go through the rest of the table 6, if
okay.
that's all right. So on page 4 of the table, the big ones that are worth highlighting here are the insurance licenses. GL 3101, it's the very first under total licenses. And that has a downward revision of just over $700,000 per year. Insurance companies have to have licensed agents to sell insurance in this state. And they may not even have to be located in this state. So if you call a call center, if you call Allstate, their 800 number, and you want to buy a policy, they need to connect you to somebody who's licensed to sell insurance in Nevada. And this is one of those revenue sources that in my tenure here, we've watched it steadily increase, kind of like the insurance premium tax. But every once in a while, we have a year where it just goes down. And this, and it's like every 4 or 5 years, and this happens to be the fiscal year where it's happening. And so the forecast that you see there of $29,151,000, that's going to be the first decrease that we've seen in this tax or this fee in about 5 fiscal years. And so that's kind of carries through, and we kind of get back to having it grow a little bit. But for whatever reason, and it might be just the economy and some of these companies thinking that they don't need as many licensed agents, the tax is not performing to expectations, and that resulted in a downward revision for that one. The only other one that I think I would note, actually I take that back, there are a couple that I'll note under the Secretary of State. GL 3130, commercial recordings. Pardon me, these are the fees that are paid by corporations and other entities who want to register with the state or the Secretary of State's office. So LLCs, and they have their annual lists and other assorted filing fees that they pay. Year to date, the collections on that are not what we're anticipating. It follows that same trend along with the business licenses. So the revisions to that are approximately $965,000 in FY23 and FY24 per year, and then about $1.6 million in FY25. Under securities, it's going the other way around. The year-to-date collections are stronger than we'd anticipated, so securities licenses are stronger. So we're just basically the forecast is increased by about $1.7 million in each of the 3 fiscal years, and that's largely picking up that year-to-date activity and just carrying it through the forecast. And then the last one under total licenses that I'll talk about is athletic commission fees, GL 3102. This is the admission license fee paid on the admission to unarmed combat, so boxing and UFC events. There's an 8% fee that they are paid based on the admission to those events, of which 6% of that goes to the state general fund, the other 2% is retained by the athletic commission for their budget. So that 6% portion is the forecast that you see here, and the forecasts that you are seeing in Table 6 are approximately $688,000 lower in FY23, and then lower in FY24 by $421,000, and lower in FY25 by $486,000. And I think just as we've looked at it, UFC is still a big thing. There are still boxing events, but they're not necessarily happening in Las Vegas. They still do. There are UFC events in Las Vegas all the time. But I think as we've gone through the fiscal year, there just haven't been as many as were thought might be on the calendar. They're finding other locations throughout the U.S. and, in fact, throughout the world to have these events. So that caused that slight revision downward. And then on this page, under fees and fines, I think the only one that I think is worth noting is the short-term car lease, GL 3066, which is the line immediately below the real estate fees. And those are revised upward by about $2.2 million in FY23 and FY24, but then by about $2 million in FY25. And this is just a function of the year-to-date collections being stronger than we anticipated. The other thing that is part of this tax, or this portion of the tax, is what we call the Turo tax. It is the tax on peer-to-peer lending or peer-to-peer car rentals. So it's kind of Airbnb for rental cars, and there's Turo and a few other companies that are doing that. We lump that in here, and so that's included. But throughout this tax, we're just seeing higher than anticipated activity, and that's just carrying itself through the forecast. So if there are no other questions on this page, I can move on to page 5. Okay. And so this is the final page of the table that I'll go through the forecasts. And so under use of money and property, the only thing that is worth discussing here is treasurer's interest income. The repayments are unchanged from the December forecast, but Treasurer's interest income has an upward revision based on the Technical Advisory Committee's forecast of approximately $56.9 million in FY23, approximately $61.6 million in FY24, and approximately $64.1 million in FY25. The information that was provided to us by Treasurer Conine, who did testify at the TAC, indicated that with the large balances that the state has available to invest, there's still a significant amount of federal stimulus money that was given to the state throughout the pandemic that had only to be obligated by the end of calendar year 24 and has to be spent by the end of calendar year 26. But as those balances make their way down, the state still invests or is able to invest and earn interest on the money that it has not yet spent, with those proceeds going to the state general fund. The other thing that was cited was that the interest rates that they were looking at in terms of their portfolio were far higher than they anticipated, going back to the December forecast, which was approximately $60 million for FY23. Through the first quarter of FY23, we're at $40 million. There was $29 million, I believe, in interest that was earned in the second quarter alone. And so we asked the Treasurer's Office about this when we were trying to get some information. They sent their forecasts to us right at the end of March, the beginning of April, so they had a good handle on where the balance was, what the interest rates were for the portfolio for that third quarter, and they said that $35 million was not out of the realm of possibility for that third quarter deposit. So as forecasters, the GFO and fiscal, we were comfortable based on the information we presented, so we concurred in the forecast. That was what was presented to the Technical Advisory Committee, and after their deliberation, they approved this forecast and have provided it for your consideration today. And again, I would note that there are representatives from the Treasurer's Office available on the call in case there are questions about the forecast. Other than that, Madam Chair, for the rest of the table, before we get to the tax credits, the only one that has probably a significant upward revision is expired slot machine wagering vouchers, GL 3047, under other revenue, and that was revised upward by approximately $1.7 million in FY23, by about $2.1 million in FY24, and by about $2.4 million in FY25. And then under unclaimed property, though that had downward revisions of approximately $5.1 million in FY23, approximately $2.2 million in FY24, and about $1.8 million downward in FY25. And just, I think the difference on that is when we were looking at the way that this particular revenue source works, it's all of the unclaimed bank deposits and stock certificates and things in safety deposit boxes and things that get turned in. I think we were thinking that there might be more of those that are turned in and less of those that were actually redeemed, taken back, because people can go to the treasurer's office and say, hey, you have my money, I would like to get that back. It sits in the general fund until somebody makes a claim against it. And so we were thinking, I think back in December, that 23 might look a little bit more like FY22, when in reality it's looking a little more like FY21. So there's not as much coming in to the state under this program, but there seems to be a little more going out. So it resulted in a downward revision for those. So with that, Madam Chair and members of the forum, we'll stop and see if there are any questions about anything on this page. Thank you.
I'll make a motion that we approve the, are you ready for that? Oh, you want to go to the,
He just asked him for questions.
We still have to do the tax credits, Mr. Levitt. So if there are no questions, I will move on to the tax credits. And there are some revisions to the tax credits, and I'll go through each of the revisions individually. The first is in the film tax credits. And so you'll see the forecast there of approximately $6 million in FY23, of about $8.5 million in FY24, and of about $8 million in FY25. And these are negative numbers, so it's actually a reduction to the revenue. So the amount of credits in this forecast, the credits for FY23 for film are about $2.8 million lower than we had on the sheets. And this is based on information that we get from the film office at GOED of what they have issued and approved and anticipate being used. And they just had a smaller amount of credits, so it's actually adding about $2.8 million worth of revenue to the forecast for this. And then FY24 is about $500,000 more in credits than back in December, and then FY25 is unchanged. When I mentioned earlier that there were actions that needed to be discussed from this session in the tax credits, that goes to the Economic Development Transferable Tax Credits, TC2. Previously, we had only used these for Tesla's tax credits back in when they were approved for those tax credits back in the special session in 2014. There was additional legislation that was approved later for what was known as the Faraday Project that never took place, and those credits were never used. However, on January 31st of this year, the Interim Finance Committee approved an application by the Governor's Office of Economic Development for the issuance of approximately $2.1 million of these transferable tax credits, the ones that were previously authorized for the use in the Faraday Project but were never used, to the Redwood Materials Project out at Trick in Story County. And so based on the information that we were given by GOED, the amount of credits that they anticipate to be issued and used would be for Redwood would be approximately $950,000 in FY24 and approximately $475,000 in FY25, with the balance of those credits to be put on the sheets in FY26. So that is the revision to this forecast based on this legislative action that was approved back in late January. Previously, these were at zero because we're forecasting based on what the current law is, and we did not know that these credits were going to be issued. We do know now that they are going to be issued, and this is the information that GOED has given us. With respect to the catalyst account transferable tax credits, TC4, those are still at zero. That is unchanged. For the Nevada New Markets Jobs Act, the numbers there, the minus $24 million in FY23 and 24, and minus $22 million in FY25 are unchanged. This is based on the statutory formula for this particular program. Insurance companies are allowed to make $200 million in qualified equity investments in certain organizations that are used for investment in certain census tracts. And these investments took place back in 2019. But then there's a schedule by which they can get credits back against the insurance premium tax that began in FY22. So it's a 58% total credit. So $200 million in investment turns into $116 million in credits that can be taken over 5 fiscal years. And so this follows the statutory schedule for those credits. And the actuals turn out to be fairly close to that. The Education Choice Scholarship Tax Credits, TC5 on the list. This is the program by which taxpayers can make contributions to scholarship organizations that then give scholarships for private schools and so on. There's a statutory amount of $6,655,000 in credits that can be issued every fiscal year. During the last 2 legislative sessions, however, the legislature has approved additional credits to be awarded in FY 20, 21, and 22 of $4,745,000. And so the credits get taken, but they don't have to be used right away. They have 5 fiscal years from the date that from the fiscal year in which the credit was actually issued for it to be used. So what we have is information from the Department of Taxation on when the credits were issued and how many are remaining from each of these buckets, because there's a separate bucket for every fiscal year. And so based on the information that we have, they estimate, or we're estimating, that approximately $13 million in credits will be used in FY23, and then $8.9 million in FY24, and then getting back to that $6,655,000 in FY25. And it's primarily those 23 and 24 amounts are higher because some of those $4,745,000 additional allocations are still being used. There is fundamentally no change to the forecast over 3 years, except we increased the amount of credits by $1 million in FY23, decreased it by $1 million in FY24 to offset it. It's just a timing of when the credits are going to be issued, and that's the only change to that forecast. And then lastly, under the Affordable Housing Transferable Tax Credits, TC7, this is the tax credit that's allowed for low income or affordable housing developments throughout the state. The only change to that is in FY23 based on information that we were provided from the Housing Division of the Department of Business and Industry, where they reduced the amount of anticipated credits to be used in FY23 from $13 million to $6 million, and so a net increase to the general fund of $7 million in FY23. So the bottom line for tax credits is that a forecast of minus $49,010,663 in FY23, minus $52,360,550 in FY24, minus $47,130,605 in FY25. And so the difference between the December forecast is an increase in revenue, so a decrease in the amount of credits used, of $8,772,034 in FY23. And then in FY24 and 25, it's an increase in credits, so a decrease in revenues of $450,000 and $475,000 respectively. So the bottom line for the forecast, as you can see at the bottom of this page of Table 6, is the total for minor revenue forecast before tax credits for FY23 is $952,241,322 in FY23, which is a decrease from the December forecast of $37,192,135. In FY24, the forecast is $950,208,561, which is an increase of $55,453,279. And then in FY25, a total before credits of $931,734,343, which is an increase of $53,015,454, and this is before tax credits. After tax credits, the total on the bottom of Table 6 is $903,230,659, which is a decrease of $28,420,101. $897,848,011 in FY24, which is an increase of $55,003,279. And then in FY25, $884,603,738, which is an increase of $52,540,454. And this is again compared to the December forecast. So at this point, Madam Chair, I would be glad to answer any questions, or if not, this would be the point to entertain a motion to approve the forecasts presented in Table 6.
I'll make a motion to approve the forecast as been explained in Table 6.
A second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Nakamoto, can I ask one question with all the tables? Maybe this is what we'll see after the break, but is there one table that shows the entire forecast, the majors, the minors with the TAC, the credits? Is it here already, or that's what we'll get after the?
Madam Chair, Michael Nakamoto for the record, that is what we are going to go back and prepare. We will have a table that shows, it's the same forecast table that you have seen before, the one that you saw in December. It will just reflect the decisions that you made today, including the tax credits. There will be a letter that reflects that is goes to the governor and the legislature that you'll need to review and sign. There will also be an additional table that will show the difference before and after tax credits for the entire general fund, the majors and the minors, between this forecast based on what you've approved so far today compared to the December forecast. And so that is what we are going back to our offices to prepare, and hopefully sooner rather than later. But we will do this as quickly as we possibly can.
Thank you. So just so people listening or in the room have a general sense of when we might reconvene, do you have an estimate of how long that might take?
Madam Chair, this might be the first forecast that I get wrong today. In an ideal world, I would love to say 3 o'clock. In the real world, we might be looking at 3:15 or maybe even as late as 3:30 to get it done. We just want to make sure that we have everything correct, that we do not, that we don't have to go back and do it again and come back. So we're going to just cross all the T's, dot all the I's, make sure that everybody's numbers match. The three of us have all been keeping tabs on everything, all the decisions that were made. We'll go through and just check everything one last time, and then we'll get copies printed and available for the members as well as the public, which is far more time consuming, that part, than you would anticipate. But we will try our best for that 3 to 3:30 range.
Okay, that's perfect. That's very helpful. I think for the forum members, at least we should plan to be back here by 3 just to be safe. But we know it'll maybe take another 30 minutes or so.
We will do our best, Madam Chair.
Okay, with that, we will call the May 1st, 2023 meeting of the Economic Forum in recess.